Mr. Apollo Wanguche. So they'll start with Dr. Chep Kemoy with the prayer, and Bwana Apollo atatuongoza kwa ombi la Kiislam.
Let us rise up for our word of prayer. Almighty and ever-living God, we thank you, Father, for a beautiful day, a wonderful evening. With grateful hearts, we acknowledge the gift of life, good health, and the blessing of each person gathered here today. Receive all glory, all the honor, because there is no one like you. Lord, we thank you for granting us the vision, the strength, and the spirit that has brought us to this moment. Thank you for guiding us through the journey that has made this launch possible today. As we begin the launch of the Mizizi Elimu strategy, we humbly ask you to go before us, guide every conversation, every activity, and every step that we will make. Heavenly Father, as we commit ourselves to promoting foundational skills as a lever for equity, to strengthening education systems from within, and to building a stronger learning ecosystem, may your wisdom guide us and your purpose sustain us. Today, we especially lift up the educators, the families, and system stewards who directly influence the learning environments and the learning outcomes of children. Bless them with wisdom, patience, compassion, and strength. We also pray for the Mizizi Elimu board, the leadership and the staff, the dedicated people in whom we place great hope for the successful execution of this strategy. Lord, grant us the grace and the courage to deliver this strategy. Father, bless the work of our hands. We also pray for all our friends, our partners, our well-wishers and funders who have placed their trust and hope in Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Bless their generosity and their commitment to this mission. Above all, Heavenly Father, we lift before you the children of this world, the children of Africa, the children of Kenya, all the boys, girls, and intersex children, and more so those who are at most risk of being excluded from quality education because of poverty, gender, disability, language, displacement, or the circumstances of where they live. May your love reach them, Almighty Father. May opportunities open before them. May this strategy bring us closer to providing a just and equitable education for them. And may our work help to build a society where none of them is left behind. We commit this launch, dedicate this strategy, and the work ahead into your able hands. We pray this, trusting and believing in the mighty name of Jesus.
Shall we continue with our prayers? Bismillah. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. O Allah, we seek your guidance and blessings as we begin this new chapter. Bless barakah in this rebranding and in the strategy that we launched today. Grant us wisdom in our decisions, sincerity in our intentions, and unity in our work. Make this effort a source of benefit for our organization, our partners, and the communities that we serve. Open for us the doors of success, innovation, and positive impact, and protect us from every shortcoming. O Allah, allow us to work to be guided, to allow our work to be guided by integrity, excellence, and purpose, and make the outcomes better than what we hope for. In the name of Allah, I pray. Amen.
Let's appreciate Dr. Chep Kemoy and Apollo for that. And in the same fashion, let's please remain standing for the national anthem and the East African Community Anthem that will be led by the Afrizal Voices.
Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki tuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo zetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
A big round of applause for
Thank
the
you.
band for the amazing work that they're doing, and for the national anthem. You may take your seats. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana, karibuni sana. A very small exercise, very small exercise. I'm seeing we're all looking amazing today in our African regalia, looking beautiful today. I want you to just turn to the person next to you. Tell them you look lovely today. Tell them you
Some
look...
of you are laughing as they were being told, don't you believe it?
No.
You look lovely.
No, man.
Well, I might not say lovely to you. You look very sharp, sir. So you can domesticate it if you are talking.
There are two men somewhere right now.
And they're struggling, telling each other they look lovely. Gentlemen, you can paraphrase that and say, unaka smart. So you're looking smart.
Yes. Or
You're looking smart, Omar.
thank you so much, Mark. You look sharp as well.
Thank you.
Or as the Gen Z like to say, you look BA.
Asante sana. Basi to clock it. Clock it.
Clock it.
Clock it. Asante, Dr. Chepkumoy, naona uko rada.
Yes.
There's a reason why we had prayer led by Dr. Chepkumoy in a Christian fashion and also in Islam, because we are in the month of
Ramadan. We are currently in the holy month of Ramadan, and of course our Muslim brothers and sisters are fasting during this holy month, together with our Catholic brothers and sisters during Lent as well. I am a Muslim brother, so as you see me here, I am hungry. I am hungry. But of course we have to be here for this amazing launch. Mark, umekula?
Yes, I have. But and there'll be service ongoing as we continue with this program, and dinner not in too long. But we just want to get one or two reflections in the way in terms of where we have come from and where we are going. And as that continues, and perhaps you come under pressure, nature-wise, the ladies and the gents is right outside this room, and you just take the right turn, you'll see the signage clear for you to go and utilize that and rejoin us as we continue. Lakini mbali na hawa, we have a virtual audience.
Yes.
Ambao tunataka kuambia karibuni nyote. Let's do what they do. What do they do for, let's just do let's tuwakaribisha hivi. I think hivi ndo tunawakaribisha kwa virtual sound of claps. Karibuni nyote wale ambao wako online. Tuko na hashtagi. Yes. So we have 4 hashtags that we want you to utilize. Take a picture with the person you said they look lovely, they look presentable and nice. Take a picture. You can even take a selfie. Ebu tujaribu, ebu tujaribu, ebu tujaribu. We have nice phones. We want to take this picture and utilize some of these. Here you go. Hashtag. There you go. Let's take it with them.
With everyone, all right?
Toa simu. Hata
Toa
kama
simu,
ni
chomoa.
techno, msiogope.
Yes.
Baada ya fanya kazi. Don't be intimidated by someone who has a Samsung or an iPhone.
Watu
Wachukue
wangu wa
nao.
Infinix.
By force, by fire, mko kwa picha yetu.
So
And
we are doing a social media challenge, and of course we're using the hashtags. We have very amazing 4 hashtags, and one of them is hashtag brighter futures. I know, Mark, you have the other ones. Tupatie hashtag hizo zingine tutakuwa tunazitumia.
Stronger foundations, hashtag stronger foundations, hashtag brighter future, which is actually the theme of this evening as we look at where we're from and where we're going in terms of the new brand identity, and also hashtag Mizizi Elimu Afrika, hashtag Vision 2040. Utilize those hashtags as you post it on your socials and share with those who are not with us. And as well, wale ambao wako online, virtually, those are the hashtags to utilize as we continue with the program.
Yes, and of course you can find Mizizi Afrika, Elimu Afrika at all of their social media platforms. I know some of you might want to look for Zizi Afrique, but we are currently moving to Mizizi Elimu Afrika, so you can find them across their social media platforms as well.
That's right. So first things first, just to get us going in terms of our host here, I'd like to appreciate our board chairperson, Dr. Kahaki Kimani, and also joined by the board members who are here with us, and others will be joining us as we continue with the program. We'd also like to appreciate the representation of the Office of the Principal Secretary that will be represented by Dr. Fred Haga, the Head of Directorate Special Needs Education. That is representing Professor Ambassador Julius Bitok, the Principal Secretary Basic Education. We'd also like to appreciate the presence of our guest of honor, who is Florence Wanja, who is joining us. Florence, nilikuwa earlier, now I lose you. Oh, Florence, there you are. And she is going to be giving us a keynote later on. I think she's going through her notes probably. She is the representative regional head for Stanbic Bank. So we appreciate you all, and our partners, our funders, our implementers, friends who have been part of the journey throughout the years, and now witnessing this good turning point, a milestone that we are going to witness this evening. In fact, this is going to be 3 events in one in some ways that you will see as we continue.
Yes, and of course, don't forget that the theme for today that we are going with is Stronger Foundations, Brighter Future. So as you're posting your TikToks, as you're posting your Instagram Reels, your Instagram Shorts, you know, I'm very Gen Z, so these are the things that we very much doing. And of course, later on, we'll be doing a lot of dancing. Today is a very celebratory mood, so we want to be very happy. So for the first time today, can I please see everyone's teeth? Like this. If you're struggling, you can say, chee. Thank you. A round of applause for everyone for that amazing. Finally, I can see everyone is smiling. You know, psychology says actually when you smile, it tricks your brain to thinking everything is okay. And I can assure you everything is okay here. A round of applause for Kise, for the amazing host. They are our host for this amazing official launch. Isn't it, Mark?
Yes, but speaking about our convener, the one who's invited us and brought us all together, and we appreciate you honoring the invite middle of the week and here in this part of the city. So to invite us and say karibuni in Kenyan fashion, Dr. Kahaki Kimani, the board chairperson. Karibu tafadhali, let's give her a hand as she comes to say welcome.
Distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and friends of Mizizi, good afternoon, or is it good evening? On behalf of the board of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this very special occasion as we gather to mark the launch of our Bold Vision 2040 Strategic Blueprint and the unveiling of our new organizational identity. We are transitioning from Zizi Afrika to Mizizi Elimu Afrika. This evening's theme, Stronger Foundations, Brighter Futures, captures both the journey that has brought us here and the aspiration that continues to guide our work. Across Kenya and the region, we know that strong foundations in literacy, numeracy, life skills, and values are essential, not only for the flourishing of individual children, but also for the strength of our societies and the future of our continent. Indeed, I teach at the university, and there is this subject we call optics and refraction. And when the students report, these are already doctors, and they struggle with some of the basic maths. And all we can tell them is that your class 2 teacher failed you because of that number line, basic numeracy. For many years, this organization, known to many of you as Zizi Afrika Foundation, has worked alongside governments, educators, communities, and partners to advance this vision. Through evidence, partnership, and commitment, we have sought to strengthen the systems that enable children to learn and thrive. This evening marks an important milestone in that journey. Our transition to Mizizi Elimu Afrika reflects both continuity and growth. The word Mizizi, roots, reminds us that strong, enduring change begins with strong foundations. It reflects our belief that when children develop the right foundations early in life, they are better able to grow, learn, flourish, and contribute meaningfully to their communities and societies. The launch of Vision 2040 signals our long-term commitment to this work, to strengthening foundational learning systems across Africa through partnership, evidence, and collective action. This evening, we are deeply honored to be joined by leaders from government, education institutions, philanthropy, civil society, and the private sector. Your presence here is a testament to a shared commitment, to the shared commitment we hold, that every child deserves the opportunity to learn and thrive. We are grateful for the partnerships, trust, and collaboration that have helped shape this journey. And we look forward to continuing this work together as we step into the next chapter. Thank you for being part of this moment with us. And with that, it is my absolute pleasure to invite the Master of Ceremonies to continue guiding us into the next part of the program. Thank you.
Asante sana to our chairperson of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Dr. Kahaki Kimani. And just to start us off, traditionally, mwenye nyumba lazima aseme karibu, and that you have. So we can get started now. And I believe we are going to hear, as we've mentioned, we have a virtual audience. We're going to hear from Dominic Elema, and I can just get a signal if we are ready to hear from him. And joining us from Wajir. The reason we want to anchor this conversation as we move forward, because we're talking about strong foundations, is to see the importance of the power of opportunity and what happens when a chance is given to a child. So let me share my story as we line that up and we get the signal from up there. The team just give me a thumbs up when we are ready. In 1985, for the Gen Zs, I'm sorry, yes, I'm that old. 1985, I was born in Narok as Abdullahi Masai. So I identify a lot with what is happening this evening. So there is a Vision 2040 strategy being launched.
Okay.
There is a change of identity that is also being witnessed this evening. So I did have an identity change from Abdullahi to what you probably know as Mark Masai as a journalist. So I would like to say I identify with this because at 85, and then a few years later when I got into primary education, I got the support to have education in primary school. I got someone to sponsor me through primary school, secondary school, and even university. And part of it was a missionary. So I'm sure the dynamics might be a bit different, and this is a story that's also shared by Bona Hemed. It's important, it was just a segue for this. Identify with what you do, because when you give a chance to a child, you probably not have met Mark Masai as Mark Masai if that person didn't give me a chance and an education and the impact that it has in my life for me to be able to stand on this platform, interact with Dr. Sarah Ruto, interact with Dr. Mugo. We used to call them to studio, tafadhali kuja utupe uchanganuzi kidogo about education. Sometimes late night, and she would still graciously come, Dr. Mugo would come, have those wall-to-wall coverage panels. We have you in studio from 9 a.m. to probably 3 p.m., especially around the results period. And they were very gracious, lending their expertise, and now laying the foundation for the future. So I identify a lot and I resonate a lot with what is happening and what Mizizi Elimu Afrika does. Kwako, kijana.
Wako na choma.
Nasema ukweli, vile.
But thank you so much, Mark Masai. I was not born in 19 something. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. No, it's your story, no, tell your story. Tell your story.
Dominic.
Yes, Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Helen Tali.
Thank
Bringing
you.
him back to focus.
Yes.
Your story. Your
My story. My story. Yes, I'm back. All right. So my name is Omar Ahmed. I have to start that again. I've seen many people have come in right now. They could be sponsors. They could give me something. So sorry. And of course, I'm going to say this. Please do not go, I was born in 2005.
You led them right into it.
Oh, Lord.
All right, I was born in 2005 on the 2nd of May, so it's very much approaching, so please get me something. And then, of course, my journey has been really fantastic. Of course, I grew up in Kibera, and I got an opportunity. Someone literally believed in me, and that someone she's going to be here a bit later. Her name is Jennifer Kaberi, and she believed in what I can do and what I can be able to do in future. And so when I was 13, she got me to join this organization called Mtoto News. Anyone was ever heard of Mtoto News? Oh my God, we're that famous. Yee, that's so cool. All right, Mtoto News. And then from there, I got to understand how I can utilize the digital space to be able to make other children visible. So I use that platform that I have been given to be able to make a lot of other children visible. And through this, I was part of the team that formed things like the Africa Children's Summit, which is a convening for all the representatives of the 55 African countries' children to come to Kenya to discuss on matters that are affecting them. I was part of the amazing people who were part of the rally, one of the rally launch, and one of the funny thing is I was on this exact stage. That is how many years ago? 5 years ago, when I was 15, I was on this stage moderating a panel. So when I'm back here 5 years later, I feel amazing. I just feel like I am back home, and it's very inspiring. And then of course from there, I transitioned from being a child and transitioned to being an adult, and then from there I became a producer at Mtoto News, and at the moment we are still pushing for making children visible.
Let's give a hand.
This is
Not
your
to
story,
the
your
transitioning
story, your
child
story,
to
your
adult,
story, your story,
but
your story,
the person
your
who was
story.
behind that story, and you share that part in the role that you play. If no one has ever given you flowers, that's why we have them on your tables. We're giving you flowers this evening to appreciate what you are doing to impact and transform people's lives. So, Hemed, I believe we are ready to hear from Bwana Dominic Kelema joining us, as you've spoken about digital platforms. He's joining us from Wajir. If you can hear us, just carry on with Salimia, and the space is yours. We can see you, and we want to hear you now.
Thank you, Mark, and the rest of the friends of Mizizi Elimu Foundation. I hope you can hear me clearly.
You can hold the mic a bit closer to you, from your earphones. You can hold it just a bit closer to you. Yes.
Maybe I can remove.
And you can tell your
What
fans
about
on the
now?
side, tell them you're giving a State of the Nation address. Watulie kidogo.
I will. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Dominic Kelema. I come from Marsabit County. I've been asked to speak on what happens when a child is given opportunities, is given a chance in life. And I can say that my life is a life of opportunities, of chances, and of course hard work. Because I have had Mark and everyone mentioned the year they were born, I think I can also talk about the year I was born. I was born in 1994, and my father never had any intention of taking me to school until 2002. And for two reasons, he took me to school in 2001. A ravaging drought came to Marsabit, and it wiped out all the goats I was looking after. And so I was idle, just running about at home. And so to avoid my idleness, my father taught me school. But more importantly, there was a free primary education that was introduced by the late President Mwai Kibaki. And I am a beneficiary of that opportunity provided by His Excellency the late President Kibaki. Then when I finished class 8, I was the best boy in North Road constituency. North Road is a constituency within the county. But then I didn't have any fee to go to school. And well-wishers came through for me. Scott Hawkins from Atlanta, US, through a school called Mount Kenya Academy Foundation, which is in Mary, gave me an opportunity to go to high school and to study for the 4 years. The condition that I was given was to get a B plus and above in every term. And I worked hard to meet that bar, and I got my A's in KCSE. And after that, now the government of Kenya came in through, of course, the Boost Kenya Universities colleges, placement services, and the government was able to sponsor us and also help loan. We were able to get the help loan, and because of that, I was able to do my law degree at the University of Nairobi. When I finished, then again, I didn't have the money to pursue my master's. And an organization where Dr. Mugo, Dr. John Mugo, and I belong, it's called KADE, a German organization, came through and sponsored me for my master's at the University of Nairobi. Another chance, another opportunity. And I remember Dr. Mugo interviewed me because he was the chair of the partner committee of that organization in Kenya. He interviewed me virtually when I was in Northwood and dealing with very poor network. And then after that, now I was able to get a job and go to the Kenya School of Law and finish and become an advocate. So that has been my educational journey. And now to answer the question, what happens when a child is given an opportunity? There are two answers, I think. One, when a child is given an opportunity, they are able to excel. Of course, with hard work, they are able to excel and achieve their potential. I have always wanted to be a lawyer, and thanks to the opportunities that have been given by individuals, organizations, and government and the church, especially the Catholic Church, have been able to achieve my potential. The second one is when a child is given an opportunity, then they are able to contribute meaningfully to the society. This I don't think I have done enough yet because I just got admitted as an advocate in late 2024. But I can say confidently that even thus far, even this far, I have been able to touch a few lives here and there, connecting people to opportunities, scholarships, internships, jobs sometimes, paying for school fees of one or two girls who are not able to pay for themselves, um, and many other cases. I know that I hope that Dr. Manyasa, Emmanuel Manyasa, the CEO of Sawa Agenda, is in the meeting. I know he has given me an opportunity to connect someone, his organization, to do for him survey at some point. Maybe it was a one-off thing, but that guy was struggling a job. And so he was a bit constrained financially to go get to stock for his shop. And because of the survey that he conducted for Sawa Agenda, then he was able to restock his shop. I mean, these are the opportunities we are talking about. I know also the organization where Dr. Mugo and I are beneficiaries um, has a mini organization that sponsors kids that are very, very needy. I have connected at least one person to that organization. These are just snippets of small contributions that I've been able to make. I know that I will make bigger contributions going forward. And so this really is a consequence or a result of a kid uh, from a very adverse environment. When they're given an opportunity or a chance, then they are able to make a difference in the society, as well as, of course, achieving their highest potential, where if they work hard. That's it. Thank you, and I give it back to Mark. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you so much. That is Mr. Dominic Elema, all the way from Wajir County, and he was able to take time from his busy schedule to be able to join us today. Thank you so much, Dominic Elema. Another round of applause for him. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and stay tuned for the conversation as well. And of course, I would love to acknowledge a very important person who just came in. And of course, we have Dr. Fred Haga, who's the head of Directorate of Special Needs Education, and is here on behalf of the Professor Julius Bitok, the Principal Secretary for Basic Education. A round of applause kindly, a round of applause. And thank you so much for making time to be here today. And of course, we're moving into another amazing conversation that we'll be having, and that is why we have Mark standing all the way to the corner of the room. And of course, we are talking about celebrating our journey and impact. We are here to celebrate. We're here to look at where Mizizi Afrika has come from to Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Where have we reached? What has been happening? And of course, to do this, we're going to be looking at the different reflections from this session. And of course, we're doing the fireside chat, our impact, and the reflection from the people who actually walked this journey.
That is right. Thank you, Omar, reporting from studio. I'm on ground here. And standing by with someone who happens to have been at the inception of Mizizi Afrika 8 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Beria Wawera as one of the longest serving members, friends, staff, if you may, of Mizizi Afrika, now Mizizi Elimu Afrika. She has all the X-files of Dr. Mugo, and now she reveals.
Thank you so much, Makosai. I do appreciate. Hello, everyone. All protocols observed. How is your afternoon doing? All right. This is my story. I joined Mizizi. It was Mizizi Afrika. It was 2 words. It was actually 1 word.
Oh, we have
Mizizi Afrika.
Caleb, there's a song.
On the first day of February 2018. Back then, for those who may not know, it was a house on Brookside Drive. It really felt like a house, not just a home, just an office. We were a small team that could comfortably fit into a 4-bedroom house. By the way, it was a 4-bedroom house for real. Everyone had a desktop computer, and somehow the place always felt busy, but never crowded. What I remember most about those days is the sense of community. Lunch was communal. It still is to date. We wash our plates, by the way. Lunch was communal. The banter was constant. And people freely shared stories about their lives. The good days, the difficult ones, and the funny moments. Fridays meant thinning sessions. Sarah, do you remember? Thinning sessions, squeezing into a small boardroom to laugh, talk, get to know the real people behind the job titles. It felt less like colleagues and more like family members who just happened to work together. My role then, they did not have a procurement department, so I came to set up one. Everything about my work revolved around supporting programs. And then I must report, and I'm happy to see one of the funders who really believed in us here, Porticus. And I'm happy to see a representative here. Please clap for them. Believed in our work. It was the largest program. Walter was my colleague. Walter is there. Walter is the oldest as well. And it was the whole youth development program. I really enjoyed what I was doing, but then I would volunteer here and there to make sure that we mentored the youth, even in my role as a procurement person. Then COVID happened. Like everyone else, we suddenly found ourselves at home trying to make sense of a world that completely changed overnight. The organization had to adapt, and procurement, of course, the needs now went down significantly. Now I needed to find my relevance. Remember, I was mentoring the youth at the time. I would casually float the idea to the youth team, please adopt me, please adopt me. I found their work a thrill. Then, as if God had had me, I was asked if I would give the youth work a shot. Of course, while supporting procurement. We were a small team, remember? I was honestly in awe, and I grabbed that opportunity. It was something entirely new professionally, but in a funny way, it wasn't entirely unfamiliar. And I must say, at the time, Walter, and then Renalda, who is actually online, were part of the program team that received me with warm and open arms and open hearts. They were patient teachers and generous colleagues. I'm almost done, but the exciting part comes. What I did not expect was that I would discover something exciting just as much, maybe even more than procurement. Of course, through the youth program, I had the opportunity to work with the young people. It was incredibly fulfilling to work and to walk alongside young people as they took steps towards building their futures. Along the way, a very interesting shift happened. Tender Wema. Tender Wema is, I had Mark Masai and the team speak, and I was like, these should be the champions of Tender Wema. I'm sure you're wondering what Tender Wema is and how I have shifted all the way. Tender Wema is now Mizizi's CSR initiative, I think that is close to my heart, of supporting scholars, often overlooked by mainstream scholarships, aligned with my new path working with the youth. This work has particularly been close to my heart. Our first tournament, which is an initiative we use, sports, to really bring people together to raise funds for those scholars. I remember in 2021, how much did we raise, Ezekiel? Was it 70,000? 69,000. That's how much we raised. Now, that was in 2021. In 2025, do you know how much we raised? And some of you here, I'm happy to see, were present. We raised 5.4 million. That is what I call Ubuntu, one of our values. Learning and change are collective. It is for all of us. You can also be part of the story. For Mizizi Afrika, then, now, Mizizi is more than just a workplace. It is a place I call home. It is a place where I know that every opinion is considered and every voice is heard. It is a place where people genuinely care about one another and about the impact of the work we do. And I am grateful for that journey. Today, I see us transition where we began as a youth, very well known for the youth work. Now we are starting from the ground up with foundational skills. And for all that and for all of you, I am deeply grateful. Karibu Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Thank you.
Beria, 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 Beria. Huyo ni Beria, tunamcelebrate Beria, 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 Beria.
I'm telling you, Beria, it doesn't get better than that. I promise you, that is the best you can actually get. Of course, another round of applause for Beria. Thank you so much for that amazing reflection. And of course, Mark, joining you on this other side in Moranga County, I have a national systems leader. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. And his name is Mukhtar Ogle, and he's going to be talking to us about the reflection that he has had from the beginning of Mizizi Elimu Afrika. And of course, he has witnessed the impact in the education sector. So a lot of wisdom is going to be coming from this side. Oh, people are still looking for me. I'm that short. Please, I'm on this side. Guys. Karibu sana.
Bismillah. It's a pleasure to be here. I will say a few things, then I will sit down as required by the Constitution. First, I must start where it begins. When Karega Mutahi was, the late Karega Mutahi was the PS for Education, and Dr. Sarah Ruto and Dr. John Mugo were young researchers trying to change the world. Then under Uwezo, and I was a junior research officer in the Kenya National Examination Council. And I was in charge of partnership then at the Kenya National Exam Council. Sarah was very powerful, but very impatient. Sometimes we'll have some discussion, and she will tell me, Mukhtar, why don't you allow the others to speak? Then as a young officer, I wanted to dominate every conversation. But Sarah was very cautious. She will tell me, please allow him to finish. But the true journey of this process was going to Professor Karega Mutahi's office. There were two levels. There was a group then led by Ben Piper, starting a new program, but who were denied, I think, operations to do their work. But John and Sarah produced some research evidence. Some research evidence which we wanted to have a national uptake. And research, like journalism, is very unpleasant. And how to tell the peers that what John and Sarah and the team was saying was true was to have my job on the line. But I remember early in the morning, I don't know if Sarah remembers, was second floor, na munataka nini? Then I say, upana PS, ukubali tuketi kwanza. May God bless his soul. He was a great man. We sat, and then the rest is history. So let me sit. The Constitution says I should be very comfortable when I'm speaking. But I want to speak initially on two thematic areas. On the role of government collaboration in the strengthening of education systems. I must also confess, for all the excellent work I did in the Ministry of Education, which later on took me to Harvard University, and then came back and took me to State House, and back to NEC, John and Sarah are not aware. It's because I built on their successes and made them mine. On two issues. In reforming the education system and to have a very robust conversation required an impact player that was to leverage the conversation between what research evidence said and what the reality was. As a young man with a disability and also coming from the North Wajir, I felt that was a space that Sarah and John accorded me under then Uwezo. The other thing I have not said, I was among the first board members of Uwezo. I think John confesses. I served with the late Professor Sifuna. May God rest his soul in peace. But two reflections. One on the place of advocating learner outcomes, and two on the place of government collaboration to strengthen systems from the most unlikely places such as the civil society. For all of us of my generation in this space today that rightly represent government, it is important to acknowledge that impact networks like what Sarah and John have done have significant meaning for the future of this country. After Uwezo, I hear there are about 3 other outlets. Which is the name of the other one? Then there is Mizizi. All these were children born out of Uwezo. And each of them is doing significant work informing government and I think education policy and practice. The ability to create connection and spark collaboration is a personal choice for public servants. Sometimes when research evidence is very unpleasant, government officials have, with due respect, we all have a very fragile ego. You need to massage us appropriately. Especially if you give us uncomfortable evidence. Sometimes we are not bad people, but you must learn how to navigate our fragile egos, in quotes. 2, individual and institutional connections matter in building national trust. Trust for collaboration, trust that drives change. And I think the role of Uwezo, I must begin there. Sarah, forgive me for not mentioning Mizizi and these others, is that it inspires possibilities. Later on, I was very proud when the government was seeking for cars and people. At that time, I was working in State House Room 6. I was very powerful then. Then Sarah was appointed an assistant minister then in the ministry. Because she was Sarah Ruto, many of my colleagues thought she is a sister to the president, current president. Then I will tell them, this one is a real hustler. She is self-made. We have walked different journeys. And again, based on our relationship, I could tell under Matiangi the changes she made in the ministry. But this time, she must have realized when she was in Uwezo, her and John were throwing stones at the government. She must have realized the power of being in government and also developing thick skin to attend to the emergent issues. What are the lessons for me? As a public servant, the commitment to purpose, I think, is what drives John, Sarah, and their team. Sometimes I ask myself, is this an ambition or accolades, or both born out of personal struggles, to a very unyielding focus to excellence? We are here today because of their resilience, together with their teams and the different people that they created. For those government agencies in the room, our generation must establish networks, 1, to co-create positive impact. Impact is a choice. Every public servant is an impact player. The true test of you being an impact player is how you facilitate learning across actors. Even by being here today, I think we are seeking to build smart communities across sectors through network weaving and cluster of like-minded individuals who share significant passion to build bridges for excellence. And based on my engagement with Sarah and John and Uwezo, and where the conversation began, I must also tell you, I helped former President Uhuru Kenyatta in building, you have heard about the Building Bridges Initiative, Simulikata. Now it is broad-based government. Now, talking about the future and what it holds for all of us today is to develop a mechanism for change. Coming back to NEC, I met a different Sarah. After finishing my tour of duty in State House for 10 years, I came back from where I was seconded. And then coming back, you know, sometimes some things teach you humility. Coming back from a very powerful office in the State House and then coming joining, where is my colleague Otieno? The people whom I built in research then and telling them, sawa wananiambia sasa utaketi hapa. Hakuna gari, hakuna security, hakuna secretary. So humility teach you to now, again I asked my CEO then, who was very kind, he said, now you'll be based in my office, with David Njengere. Surprisingly, when I established Nasimla, he was part of my technical committee from KICD then. Now he's my boss. That is life. Tomorrow will be different. Now, coming back, I focused on my passion for research. And then given, you know, these issues of capitation in the ministry, lack of funding, and, you know, the global financial architecture, then one evening I whispered to John, you know, I have some things to do. And I have realized, once a change driver, always a change driver. And coming back to NEC, I did a Friday conversation to tell them, Kenya National Examination Council will not be the same in the next 5 years. And with the permission of the CEO, then we did something on AI, artificial intelligence, and its impact on the education system, particularly assessment, and the modest e-assessment that they were doing. So I asked John, sasa, you know, I have promised so many things, pesa tutafute wapi? John, nichome ama nisichome? So John tells me, talk to your friend Sarah. Sarah ndio hiyo. And you know, this is the beauty of building good, sound, authentic relationships. Then I asked Sarah that I'm doing this, and this is the proposal. She said, what do you want? I went back excited to my CEO. The rest is history. I think, you know, there's something for public consumption and something for private consumption. Finally, I want to discuss the nexus between driving change and the dehumanizing bureaucracy within systems, and how to overcome those issues, particularly within government and the civil society. My request to the civil society, hii Kiingereza mingi ya kutustua serikali muache kidogo. Help us to walk the walk together. Tell us what is uncomfortable, so that we build the Kenya we want. Like Kenya we want, we have been already told, so I think Singapore began how many months ago? So I think this is one of the routes to Singapore. Number two, in government sometimes you might be locked within the echo chambers, you know, of talking to yourself. Sometimes you might be close to hearing from new perspective, and you might be very unlikely to collaborate with those outside our bubble. These noisy civil servants, civil society voices like John Mugo. But the truth of the matter is, they tell us the truth. Tupende, tusipende. How to navigate, it takes exceptional leadership. It requires resilient and grounded leadership who should be able to sift through. But we must together build together relationships that facilitate connections and be the true impact players we are in government, so as to unlock the special quality actors that make networking a powerful force for change and a source of new ideas, to new connections and to the new networks. Finally, to the power of social connections and in working together. The Kenya of today will be different in the Kenya of 2030. So Vision 2030, how many years is it away? Only 4. And we have not even achieved a third of what you said. What you intend is different from what you actually achieve. And it's engagements like this that enable us to build strong foundations and secure better futures. I wish you all the best in this month of Ramadan. May you be blessed. Thank you very much.
Mukhtar, serikali, wacheni kusumbua serikali, kusumbua serikali, wacheni, wacha.
Mukhtar, we thank you for your very candid reflection on the journey there of Zizi and Elimu and now where we are today. And credit to Dr. Sarah Ruto and Dr. John Mugo. Hiyo credit tumewapea kwa vile umefika State House and other higher offices. Unafaa kutingiza M-Pesa yao kidogo, Muktara. Tingiza kidogo. Wewe mwenyewe ndio umesema umekujenga. So, jenga hao. Kwa hiyo kizungu yote umewapea, jenga hao kwa M-Pesa. Shukran. And to someone who will echo, because as you were saying, from what you have witnessed, it is commitment to purpose that has kept them going, that has sustained them. As you said that, Dr. Joyce Kinyanjui, founder and friend of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, nodded her head in agreement, and she continues in the same sentiment as she shares her reflections. Let's give her a hand as she shares with us the journey.
It's such a joy to be here and to see very many familiar faces. And I just want to pick up from where Mukta left. So what brought us together, the genesis? And for those who got surprised, I had somebody saying 1984, and everybody went, oh! But I won't go that far. But many years ago, around 2008, we meet. Myself, Sarah, John, ZP, I don't know whether she's here, Ezekiel. So we meet and we begin Uwezo assessment. And that time we were working closely with government. And Mukta, when you were head of Nasimla, you actually appointed me coordinator for Kirinyaga West. So I was there collecting, assessing children in Kirinyaga West. And during that time, I think the idea of schooling after so many years of free primary education and you know, the global move towards education for all. The question was, were kids learning? And from India, they began talking about schooling and getting an education. And that's where our journey started. That was 2008. So we begin Uwezo assessment. We are working closely with Mukta in Nasimla. And after so many years of asking, would release a report every year, are our children learning? At first it was difficult for people to just understand that 4 out of 8, class 8, 4 out of 10 grade 8 children could not read grade 2 work. But after some time, I think hata tukitupia serikali mawe, I think we got to actually agree. And it was not just a Kenyan, it was a global issue. And I was reminding Mark Masai in 2009 in Kajiado, when we were at Kumpa, I sat with him through that launch. Now, after asking, are our children learning, the next question was, what do we do? And this is where Zizi Afrika comes in. So Zizi Afrika, we meet the 4 of us, and we had our facilitators, a close friend of ours, and we kept asking, where do we start? And our commitment to foundational learning began in 2014, 2015. So when we met, we wanted to start an organization where we would focus on implementation. Assessment would not be assessment for the sake of it, but assessment, and then we do interventions. So actually, many people don't know, but the first organization that we started was Zizi Afrika Limited. So Zizi Afrika, where did we get the name from? So as we sat, we thought we need to stay within foundational learning. But the name Mizizi had already been taken, Mizizi Afrika, and we had a vision for Africa. So we wanted, but when we went to check on the name, it had already been taken. So that's how we started Zizi and then Afrique with a Q-U-E. That's the genesis of the name. So we wanted to remain in foundational learning, and every time we thought of shifting, we knew the business was not yet done. So why do you want to move on and the foundation is not yet complete? Then the other question we asked ourselves, we started assessment, Uwezo, in 2009. Those children were now teenagers. So we asked ourselves, where are they and what are they doing? So that's how we thought about moving to adolescence. And 2015, the Limited is registered. And actually, we incubated Mizizi Afrika Foundation. And we were doing leadership improvement, and the youth study, the Alive that is there, started actually within the Limited. And then, of course, once registration was done, they moved. So picking up from what Mukta has talked about, I think it's the coming together of people who believe in something. A commitment for, long-term commitment to a vision and to a belief that all children need quality education for them to thrive. And that has remained. And also, purpose, as, having a purpose as an organization, that this is what we want to do. We want an Africa where all children and youth can learn and thrive. And with time, we've added a few more programs, but all of them are building into, children in Africa who can learn and thrive. So out of foundational learning, we had the Alive, where working with the youth, TVET and skills. And then again, the issue of socio-emotional learning, as more evidence began coming out that socio-emotional learning is equally as important and is foundational. So that became part of Mizizi Afrika Foundation. And then thereafter, now there's the Higher Education Research Initiative. So it's looking and working with these children we started with, not leaving foundational, remaining there, but because foundational learning is not everything, but then we begin moving up to university and livelihood and life skill. So that has remained our identity, and that has remained our focus. So even as we transition to Mizizi, I think you can find in the name, Mizizi, it's still about the roots that we have. Elimu, we are still in education and Africa, but now the Kiswahili Africa. So in brief, that is, our first office was somewhere on Raptor Road, went to Brookside, and then now we are in Westlands. So the vision, the commitment, a belief in something, and we believe it can be done in our generation. So that is why up to 2040, it will be the same. If all children were able to read and reason with numbers by grade 3, I think things would be different. So thank you. The journey, we have not been alone. We can see so many of our colleagues, our partners, our sister companies, Pearl Network, Ready. So we've not been alone, and of course government has been part of us. So thank you so much for coming to support us, and that's just a brief history of where we came from, relationship built over decades, but around a commitment to a purpose. Thank you.
Usione Kenya jui, usione Kenya jui, amesema mukumbuke kama watoto lazima wasometa waandike, wapi makofi yake Joyce Kenya juu, hiyo hae hiyo.
Thank you so much, Joyce Kenyanjui, of course, one of the founders of Mizizi Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. And thank you so much for sharing the journey from the beginning all the way up to this point. You were mentioning years that I am very sure I just started eating or walking. I was very, 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 very small. But thank you so much. That is Joyce Kinyanjui, one of the founders of Mizizi. And we're very honored to have you here today and just sharing about how children require excellent education and require the best education that there is. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Another round of applause, please, for Joyce Kinyanjui. Thank you so much. And then, of course, allow me to kindly recognize the presence of Director, Policy, Partnership, and East African Community Affairs, Ministry of Education, Dr. Robert Kennedy Ndegwa. A round of applause, kindly. Asante sana for making time and for being here. We really and truly do appreciate you being a part of this convening. And of course, we're moving and we're still continuing with the reflections. And of course, as of now, I'm going to switch gears to Stella Rose Akongo, a regional partner from Uganda who has worked alongside the organization in advancing foundational learning across East Africa. Karibu sana, Madam Stella.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, everyone. Hello. Are we happy? Thank you so much, Zizi team, for this great achievement. And if we were all here in this room, and I'm talking about my Ugandan colleagues, we would give you a rain clap for the great work that you have done. But since I'm not with my very many Ugandan friends, I have some of them on this table, and I request that we clap for Zizi, the rain clap. The rain clap does like this. Thank you so much, Zizi, for the great work. My name is Stella Rose Akongo. I work for an organization called Luigi Giussani Foundation. And Luigi Giussani is located in Uganda. We are an organization that is primarily and heavily working with the system to support foundational learning and to strengthen the education system and to create a shift towards an education that is responding to every child in the classroom and that is meeting the need of every child in the classroom and ensuring that the classroom spaces give children an opportunity to learn, to thrive, and to attain their full potential in life. I am speaking as one of the regional partners that has been on this journey with Zizi. Allow me use both names. We are used to Zizi Afrika. Now we are learning Mizizi Elimu Afrika. We still don't even know how to pronounce all the words very well, but we will get there. So we've been journeying with Mizizi over the last 5 years from 2020, working across the region to support strengthening education systems to respond to the learning needs of the children in the classroom. I am particularly very excited and very honored to be in this place. Ours has been a journey that is very much rooted in collective impact. We understood so many years back, around 2017, that while we are so many organizations across the region, each one of us doing very great things and very powerful work, we are not able to create the shift or the change that is needed within the system individually. And we said we can't do this until we come together as a collective to pursue all the so many things that we are doing with one voice, with one purpose, with one, strong influence. And so we are working under the Regional Education Learning Initiative, and through that initiative, we have come up with what Joyce said earlier about the Actions for Life Skills and Values in East Africa program that is working with different education systems across the region to strengthen the foundations for our children to learn and to thrive. It's been one of the most amazing journeys for me. I joined the journey personally along the way, and my first experience with the team was in 2023. And I'm sharing this so that you can appreciate one of the core principles that is making us work and achieve what we are achieving. I came, and I remember it was a conference that I participated in. I was meeting the whole team for the first time, and there was an assignment that needed to be done. And out of the so many people who knew what to do and how to do it, the very experienced people, John thought me, who was the newest on the team, could do the assignment. And I looked at him and blinked my eyes like 3 times. You know that kind of look, eh? When your eyes blink and you're questioning and you don't have the answers. But he said, you're going to do it. In my heart, I'm like, do I even have the capacity? Do I know what to do? Do I know how to do it? Do I have the energy and the grace and the strength to do it? But he said, you move on, you will do the assignment. And I carried myself, feeling weak and feeble and scared to the bone. But I went and did what I had to do. And at the end of the day, it was actually very successful. And so I got confidence to even do a lot more things, in the piece of work that we are doing. And this is to just speak to one thing, that one of the defining things about Zizi that has kept so many organizations working together and creating shifts and creating change within the system is the confidence and the trust that every person actually has the capacity. The only thing they need is an opportunity. When you give them an opportunity, they will be able to do something that can even shock you and amaze you. So rooted within what we have done over the years and that anchors and keep our work together with Zizi is that ability to share power and share leadership. We've always referred to it as distributed or shared leadership across the different partners that Zizi has worked with over the years and continue to work with. You will meet 25 different organizations that are working together with Zizi and being, anchored and led by Zizi, and you will not know who is the power in the house, because power has been shared. Everyone feels able to contribute to the table. Everyone feels welcomed on the table. Everyone is participating and contributing meaningfully on the table, on the agenda, on setting the agenda and co-creating the path together, rather than just saying, I'm giving you the money, come and do the work, and do it as I want it done. But we have become more than colleagues. We are partners, but we've become colleagues, we've become friends. And in that process, we've seen trust growing across, different partners. It's not very easy to have 25, 30 different civil society organizations, each one of them looking for survival. Each one of them wants to go beyond next year, to go beyond their strategy period. Sitting together and thinking together and co-creating together and sharing the resources that are there. And we have grown to trust that each one of us has a capacity that we're bringing on the table, and we are collectively more stronger than if we went individually. And we've seen growth not only in our individual selves as persons working within the collective, but also in our organizations. Our systems becoming stronger, and I know there are many partners in this room. Our systems are becoming stronger as we learn from each other, as we learn with each other. Our systems are growing, and we are seeing confidence in the partner organizations, in the staff that work within the initiatives that we set up. Confidence to lead, confidence to do more than you could do without, understanding, being opened up into this space. So my experience has been one of great appreciation, but also great learning. One of the things that has kept us together and that we have constantly even appreciated as a partner organization working with Zizi is that we are not, nobody comes to the table. Zizi, John never comes and tells you this is the roadmap. This is where we are going and how we are going in full detail, 3D. Sometimes we have reached a point of saying the best dreamer on the team is John. And I don't know whether there's anybody in this house that dreams better than John. John is always coming up with something, and we have to keep on working towards until we reach the point one day and we say, John, we need to start sailing a built boat, not building the boat as we sail it. But what we've learned in that process is that learning is something that is very core to who we are and to what we do. And if you are to grow and become a much better organization, you cannot put aside learning. We have shared learning across together, learning that comes from listening deeply to each other, listening and trying to do something together, coming together on the table and say, let's do this. And if it doesn't work out, we are free and willing and ready to say, okay, it didn't work out. How do we adapt? How do we move, forward? Learning, adapting, and coming back to the same thing over and over until we are able to do it. Today, we pride ourselves in so many people that are within the system that have been groomed through this learning approach, learning by doing, practicing and implementing, even as you strengthen yourself in the aspect that you're working on. So I appreciate that. The fact that Zizi never comes out and says this is everything that needs to be done, but we co-create and work together to build as we learn and grow and strengthen ourselves. We have many people now in the system, about 1,000 people that have grown and journeyed with us over the last 5 years in developing contextualized tools and measurements to help teachers in the classroom, to support children in the classroom. We have sat with learners in classroom. We've sat with teachers in the classroom. We've worked with parents in the communities. And we see this moving to these spaces as teachers themselves adopt and begin to learn and appreciate that learning model. I want to appreciate that this is not just a strategy launch, a document launch, but a commitment to continued growing together, commitment to, when you look at the strategy document and you see the details in it, you see that Zizi, like Joyce said, has not lost itself along the way. It has moved and grown stronger and building stronger and bringing along other people and strengthening them in the process. We have learned that collective learning accelerates progress faster than if each one of us went on their own. And we've also learned that openness and willingness to ask difficult questions and accept to journey with everyone on the table and learning from each other is something that strengthens the collaborative work that we do, but also changes the mindset towards us building much stronger systems and much stronger organizations that are committed to supporting all our children to learn and to grow. Thank you so much once again, Zizi, and I want to congratulate you on this new journey and pray that this will be a commitment, Father, to collaborative work, to curiosity, and to learning together so that we have greater and stronger systems across the region.
Chirisanyusa chirichimu Yesu mulokoza fayo. Chirisanyusa chirichimu Yesu mulokoza fayo. Afayo, afayo. Afayo, 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 afayo. Share the resources, share the resources. Attitude, share the resources. Share the resources, share the resources. Share the resources, share the resources, share the resources.
Thank you so much. A round of applause once again for Stella Rose Akongo. And like the band has said, share the resources. That is not only for Rose, for everyone. All right. And as she has mentioned, a collective learning accelerates progress. And that is something I believe that we should all be moving forward with in mind, even as we are trying to launch this amazing strategy, even as we are trying to move into this new identity. We should be able to have this in mind. So I do understand that our Muslim brothers and sisters would want to pray because it is Asr time. We do have a prayer room that is available for you to use. As you go down the hall, that's why I'm standing on this side close to the door. As you go down the hall, you will turn before you reach the end, you turn right, you'll find a receptionist and a reception there. They'll be able to guide you on which room you'll be able to pray in. It's room number 5. It has been reserved for you to be able to pray in there and for you to break your fast if you're breaking your fast in there as well. And of course with the dinner that is planned later. Mark.
There is an arrangement as well, Omar, to have pre-packed meals for those who would fancy that more, and we will support you for that. You can either come to me or any of the ushers that are on standby at the registration desk for that support. We've heard the reflections of those, the day ones, those who've been there from the get-go, those who've been there throughout the journey, those who credit the growth, personal, professional and otherwise, to Dr. Mugo and Dr. Sararuto. And there are many other stories, and we'll get to another round of reflection. But for those who will be coming to you, will be coming for one thing you'd want people to leave the room with based on your experience of now Mizizi Elimu Afrika because of time. However, we have also talked to people on the ground. This is those who have felt the impact of this work and actually purpose. And we put it together in about 8 minutes, and I'd like to draw your attention to the screens. For those who are at the back, those 2 screens on the side will be of assistance. Let's now watch the impact this has been over the years. All right, and that's not the file we wanted to see uploaded. And it happens. As it happens, I'd just like to perhaps give a moment for the technical team as they do that. We also have some cards on that. I see some of you have utilized them already. Just give us a thumbs up and an indication that you're ready to the technical team. That piece of paper there is going to be utilized, and if you've used it already and you'd like another one, you just raise your hand and we'll be able to assist you with that. That piece of paper is for each of us to contribute in terms of what they think about the work that Mizizi Elimu Afrika has done over the years. Of course, as Zizi Afrika, and now transitioning in terms of identity to Mizizi Elimu Afrika. What your impression is, what stands out. And then, because we're launching a strategy in terms of Vision 2040 strategy, we'd also like you to propose what you think should be the top 3 priorities for Mizizi Elimu Afrika to keep top of mind as we move forward into the next. That's a strategy for 15 years. You're used to having 5 years, and we'll be having a quick conversation with those who understand strategy and what is effective with strategy. Why 15 years, you may ask? So for you, as you follow the conversation, the 3 top things that you feel should be prioritized by Mizizi Elimu Afrika to be top of mind. And so you'll use the flip side of that card. And if you don't have one, it's either pink or yellow. If you don't have one, please raise your hand. We will bring you one because we're almost getting to that point. So if you don't have it at your table, it was distributed earlier to each table, green as well. So pink, green, or yellow, if I've got my colors right. Someone told me as we were coming for this event, the theme color is teal. Nikamwambia Omar, kaka, teal sile teal number, lakini teal ni, actually I think this is one of those who've gotten teal right. Sir, this is you. I think you got the color teal right. Ebu simama tukuone tafadhali. Turn, because even the shirt is teal. Sasa hii ndo teal color. Unaelewa? Si teal number.
Sasa
na kusaidia tu kama ndugu pia mimi nilikuwa nimepotea. Had to Google it, my brother. Had to Google it. To the media team up there. Unaweza endelea, but we can also get to the reflections in case that is an issue. You can give me a thumbs up, but we still have more reflections.
Yes, of course. I mean, we do have reflections that will be coming up even after this. And of course, just a reminder that today we are doing a social media challenge and we are using the hashtag Mizizi Elimu Afrika, hashtag Brighter Futures, hashtag Stronger Foundations, and hashtag Vision 2040, because we'll be launching an amazing thing that will be coming at the end. And then of course we're moving on to the new identity. So that's why Mark in the beginning said that we have almost 3 events at once. So this is a very, very intense and amazing program that we have for you. And then of course we'll be having more reflections that will be coming along. And then also just to correct and to just point this out to Mark. Mark, I don't think that is teal. I have a very strong feeling that that is not teal. Mark, I am here with teal. What are you saying?
Kaka kidogo wafaa Google. Naomba to Google. And I think Dr. Mugo was in the same spirit as you are talking about teal. Akavaa hii. Akasema hii ni teal yangu. Ile ni Usiogope. Watu husema wanaume ni colorblind, and so we kind of get away with. But thank you to the women. We were celebrating the women in our lives on Sunday. Hebu tuwapige makofi tafadhali. Ukituona hivi sio sisi bali ni hao, na tunasema asante. Ifike nyumbani. Nasema ifike nyumbani kwa sababu anajua mke wangu tuko shule moja, sisi wazazi shule moja. Tafadhali ifike nyumbani. Hakikisha mke wangu amejua nimempa props for putting me in this package. And in fact, Dr. Joyce Kinyajui, Dr. Mugo know me when I did not have this, a beard. The ties that I used to wear would probably cover half of my chest, and I was a figment of, and Dr. Sarah Ruto, you were so gracious with me, nikikuita studio. Ulikuwa unaona kijana huyu si atafute bibi msaidie maisha. But see God now, it's been 10 years plus. Ona mali tumefika, Mungu mkubwa. Na labda huyo mke angenikubali kama singepata masomo kama ile mnapea watu wengi hapa. So asante Dr. Mo. You do not know how far your impact goes. You help us get families. Now with 2 children and 1 wife.
Tumpigie Dr. John Makofi tafadhali. And of course, we are ready. The video, I'm being told that it is ready. And we have had an amazing journey. And we'd really like to share it with you in an 8-minute video. Karibu sana. Thank you so much, technical team, for solving whatever was going on. Take it away.
We started this journey in 2017 after years of conducting the Uwezo annual learning assessments. We were producing a report titled
Suspense.
Are Our Children Learning? And highlighting one problem, that a majority of our children that were going through school were completing without the ability to read and do basic math. For instance, close to 10% or 1 in 10 of the children that were completing standard 8 or primary school could not read at the level of standard 2. And so this was
Tunangoja hiyo skrini, tunangoja hiyo skrini.
We have done quite a lot of training.
We started this journey in 2017 after years of conducting the Uwezo annual learning assessments. We were producing a report titled Are Our Children Learning? And highlighting one problem, that a majority of our children that were going through school were completing without the ability to read and do basic math. For instance, close to 10% or 1 in 10 of the children that were completing standard 8 or primary school could not read at the level of standard 2. And so this was a big problem that needed to be addressed.
We have done quite a lot of training from several sections, and we started leading of uppercase and lowercase, and the impact that it has brought in
And just to draw you to the QR code that you have in your
various
toolkit.
mathematics, environmental, creative, psychomotor, or even we could do even some play. And out of all the areas, then we could go to an extra mile of community-based assessment where we could do with other teachers, school-based assessment. We held meetings as a teacher from PP1 to grade 3, and we could do it, develop materials together, the one that maybe the learners were able to see and they could do it so well. We found that the learners were able to comprehend because they could relate from the letter words to pictures. So the materials, learning teaching materials assisted us very much in associating maybe the pictures and reading.
We prioritized 3 problems to work. The first one was this one, that we should contribute to solutions on how children can learn how to read, how to do basic math, to acquire those basic skills so that by the time they are completing standard 3 or grade 3 now, they have that strong foundation. And that's where the name Mizizi came from, a strong root that will propel them through the education system.
Kama mbeleni kulikuwa na ile heshima, kulikuwa na upendo, kulikuwa na ile kukaa kwa pamoja kwa amani. Hiyo imepotea, ndio maana tuliona ni vizuri tukitumia hii mtindo ya CBE, kuna zile core values zenye zinahitajika kwa shule. Imetusaidia kuweza kuwakumbusha na kuwafunza, yani kuweka ndani ya maisha yao waweze kuishi kulingana na hizo core values zenye CBE inafunza wanafunzi kwa shuleni.
Before we started the program, we had conducted a baseline survey. Realize that parents have been a bit superficial in instilling life skills and values to their learners. They had imagined that work is supposed to be done by teachers in school, but after engaging them, there is a lot of change on how parents are now engaging their children. They are now creating more time to discuss issues of values and life skills with their children at home. They are now engaging them and giving them more tasks to do at home towards building their life skills and also developing their values. And they are basing these under cultural practices at home. Whatever they are supposed to do at home is what they are using to build their values and the life skills of their children.
apologies for what we'd normally say in a studio technical
We
issues.
started this journey in
So we could pause that.
2017
We could pause that.
after
Let me
years of
just save
conducting
you the
the
grief because I know it's a heavy file. 8 minutes, all of it. But there is something you got as you were registering. I just want to draw their attention to it, to the team. What you have either on your table, but also in your tote bag that you got as you were registering. There's 2 QR codes, and if you will be able to, in a bit right after this program, of course we'll upload this video and much more information that you can be able to digest. We'll be moving to that. So please, you could scan that, whatever is in your bag. There's 2 materials that have a QR code, and we'll be able to give you more details on Mizizi Elimu Afrika moving forward, including that video. So it's fresh off the press, so to speak. So it was just edited and very good quality. Earlier it played quite well without any interruption, but voila, at the moment of reckoning, it did that thing. So we'd like to continue with the reflections, and this is specifically with partners. And I have spoken to some of them and asked them to just keep it brief, but also tell us the one thing they would want us to leave with, as well as Mizizi Elimu Afrika moving forward in the next journey. So, Bwana Armando Ali, tafadhali simama. He's the CEO of PAL Network. Let's put our hands together as he stands up. His very nice African coat. As partner, just share with us what comes top of mind that you'd like them to leave with, and that is those who are here, potential partners, stakeholders, as well as Mizizi Elimu Afrika.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I would really appreciate also a round of applause for this special band. What they are doing is unique. Thank you. So I am part of one of those brands that Mr. Muktari said are also a result of Uwezo's. And since we are celebrating what brought us here today, I wanted to take just 1 minute to share also what brought me here. In those years, me and a group of other Mozambicans, we decided to address the problem of poor learning outcomes in Mozambique. I heard Joyce saying that it's only 4 out of 10 children who could not read a grade 2 story. In Mozambique, it's 2 out of 10. So the situation is even worse. So among the problems, there were 2 main problems. Teacher absenteeism, almost 40% of the time teachers were not in school, and resource allocation and management. Schools had local resources that were not used for the purposes that they should be used for. So me and the other enthusiasts, we put up a program that we called a community scorecard. We engaged communities in the management of schools, and we engaged them in the management also of teacher absenteeism. And we were celebrating good results in more than 200 schools that now teachers are coming to school. But the question was, are children learning? That question remained there. Despite the investment that we are making to monitor the outputs, we still didn't know if our children were learning. So the Minister of Education invited us, many of us, for a meeting to discuss how do we monitor learning. And in that meeting, they invited Uwezo East Africa. That's where I met Sarah for the first time. And when she shared the experience of the citizen-led assessment, we said, this is what we need to do. And this is how we started doing it there. So this is a journey of celebration of people's movement that we really appreciate, and we really thank for those who had the courage to start. Congratulations once again for the initiative. Thank you. Then I had the MCs trying to dispute who is older than the other. So I'm trying to break that cycle now. I'm going to share that my second daughter is 20 years old. Could be the MC here. Walter, we are not age mates, eh? Yeah. And my second daughter is called Zizi. And she was here a few months ago, and she tells me that, please stop calling me Zizi. Either you call me Nzinga, my full name, with all the roots, either you call me Miss Zizi. So now I understand why they are also changing the name, eh? When the age and the maturing coming, people feel now you need to call me differently. So it's an appreciation of growth. Congratulations again for the initiative of changing the name. So I was told to take only 1 minute. So I will stop with the thing that I would like to take from this convening. A lot have been said, but there's one distinctive factor that I find today distinct from what we were discussing a few years ago. Whenever we meet with our partners in government and we present the evidence about poor learning outcomes, no one questions if that is true or not. It seems that we have built a consensus that something is not going well in our education systems. There are usually two questions that come. One is, why are they not learning? And two is, what do we need to do to make them learn? So I think now we have the people, the knowledge, and the resources to engage in a different way, all of us, to get our children learning and learning better. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. That is the CEO of PAL Network. And we really do appreciate. So right now I have to be very well behaved. I've heard there's a 20-year-old somewhere. I really need to be very well behaved. I'm talking to in-laws right now. But thank you so much. We really do appreciate you being here, Mr. Armando Ali. And then, of course, I mentioned something very important as we were doing our reflections, me and Mark Masai. I mentioned something about RELI, Regional Education Learning Initiative. And right now we are very honored, and I'm very proud to welcome Madam Irene, who is part of RELI. A round of applause as she stands up to share her reflection on the journey of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, and of course her journey at RELI and how it has made her to be here today. Karibu sana.
Irene, leza kidogo tukuone, unaona unatetemeka, unameremeta, Irene.
Okay, thank you very much, Helen Mtawali and your team. The board of Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Oh, I'm told I need to face the camera. Okay. All right, thank you so much. I want to, first of all, recognize the board of Mizizi Elimu Afrika. I want to recognize all the partners, funders, colleagues, and friends who are here. Good evening. It's such a great honor and pleasure to be in this very celebratory space where we actually launch a 15 years strategy. I'm sure John has taken time to midwife this together with the board and everybody else and really, really craft a new identity. Now, I want to start by just saying that the Regional Education Learning Initiative is a membership and a member-led organization where there is peer learning that occurs. And we have over 71 network members spread across Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Many of the organizations that have spoken here are part of that. You've heard from somebody from Uganda. I'm sure you'll also hear from somebody from Uganda, Tanzania, and you've heard from Armando, the PAL network, which is also running a cross-continental people-led action network. So we really are privileged to have such a rich group of network members. And the one thing that is common across the Regional Education Learning Initiative Africa network is the quest for quality education, the quest for learning outcomes, you know, for education justice, and making sure that we actually answer that question of, if children are not learning, and the numbers don't lie, the numbers did not lie. From the time that Uwezo assessments began, Joyce has retold the story. John has also told it in the in the video. And the fact that
A majority.
we have come together is a testament that we have learned one fundamental truth. And this truth is that collective action can achieve what isolated effort cannot. And so Mizizi Elimu Afrika is one of those partners that we are really, really proud of as the Rally Network. Why? The intervention. We don't just throw stones. Mr. Mukhtar has left, but I want to reassure our government partners, we don't just throw stones, we do offer solutions. And one of the things that we're very proud of is the initiative around action for life skills and values in East Africa. And this particular work is actually what we are best known for in Rally, collaborative work and co-creating solutions together. So when we realized children were not learning, the question was, so what is needed? Of course, we have come to understand that foundational learning is critical. So one of the things that Mizizi Elimu is now focusing on very strongly is strong foundations for a brighter future, or for brighter futures. So literacy, numeracy, making sure that our children are reading. And that means that we focus on the pedagogical skills, what is happening within the classroom. Is the teacher prepared? If they are prepared, do they have the right materials? If they don't, what kind of questions and learning do we need to undertake in order to innovate and support those teachers? So that's one of the things that we do. You know, work together to create solutions. We co-create. We look at how do we nurture life skills within the classroom? How do we nurture literacy within that space? So that's a very important part of the work that Mizizi Afrika has been doing. And I'm really, really proud of the fact that they remained loyal to what the network has agreed to focus on. So that's one of the things I really want to echo. The second thing I want to talk about is the generosity with which learning is occurring within the network. And I think Stella Akongo has said something about it. We do not think that we have all the solutions with us. We know we don't have. But we do know that with research, by investing in the right questions, we find the answers together. And so we've been learning, and we've created a platform for learning. And through it, we have learned a lot around life skills. We have learned a lot around how do we engage parents, because we believe that foundational learning begins right at home. And we've seen it working very well. And equally important is for us as a network to generate evidence. And I think Mukhtar has talked a lot about the research work that Uwezo and one of our other partners, Usawa, is also building on. And these are the things that inform us about how to improve the education system. As you launch your new strategy, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, I want to congratulate you for the bold step that you're taking. Why is it bold? Because, first of all, it's going to be an enduring journey. 15 years is not a small time, even though we have witnessed a 20-year-old who has come through this process and nurtured by people who are here in this very room. So that's a great thing. But we know that this ambitious step will lead into a long-term commitment for sustaining transformative education ecosystems in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Zanzibar, but beyond, in the whole of Africa. And as we do so, we know that there's going to be an increased demand for accountability of how we utilize resources. We, of course, see the demand for better leadership and also for authentic partnerships. And this is what Mizizi is known for. I want to say that we have had, as a network, been the privilege of being incubated in Mizizi. And so, Rally did not just emerge, but it was nurtured by several network members. We found a home, we found family, and we found the strength to work together in numbers. So as we move forward, I ask that we move together in renewed energy and renewed solidarity, and we continue, John, with the strong collaboration we have always had, the excitement with which we ask questions that, help us to be curious, and most of all, finding the space for anybody with good ideas to actually grow and incubate them. Together, we can do this, and together, we will realize the 15-year commitment of transforming system-level changes in the education system. I have no doubt that this is going to happen. I am filled, as I finish, with optimism and hope, because I know the leadership, the enthusiasm, and the commitment that has been displayed by our network members and by the Mizizi team is really inspiring. And I say that with a lot of pride as part of, because they are part of our network. And I want to wish them all the best and really just keep driving forth so that we can realize the best future for our children in Africa, so that they can learn and actually thrive, and most of all, become lifelong learners, because ultimately that is what will unlock greater opportunities for all of us. So I want to thank you all and really just congratulate them as the team. Thank you so much.
Asante sana to Dr. Irene Nyamu. Yes, appreciate her. CEO Rally Africa giving her reflections, and another reflection before we move to the Guardians of the Vision, a segment where we will hear about those who've been the Guardians of Vision transition from one to another, and we'll have a moment there to appreciate where we're coming from. Let's put our hands together for Madam Joyce Mabwai right now, Chief Principal, Machakos TTC, beg your pardon, who is going to give her reflections on the partnerships that has been and moving forward. Karibu. Tumpe makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Wish to say that I'm honored and I'm glad to be here, to be part of this great celebration, even as we witness the change and the growth of Mizizi Afrika that we have known to Mizizi Elimu Afrika. And therefore, on behalf of Machakos Teachers College, on behalf of all teacher training colleges, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate Mizizi Afrika. We have worked with, if I use Mizizi Afrika, you'll pardon me because that is where we have come from. We've worked and partnered with Mizizi Afrika. We were identified, that is Machakos Teachers College and Eregi TTC, as pilot institutions. Who are these teacher training colleges that we are talking about? Machakos, Eregi, and the rest. We train teachers who, when they graduate, will teach in our primary schools. Currently, we offer diploma in teacher education that will enable these teacher trainees to facilitate learning in the preschool through to grade 6. We are currently also implementing the new curriculum that is the competency-based teacher education. And therefore, when Mizizi Afrika came on board, they have assisted us because the curriculum that we are implementing is developed by Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. We have the curriculum designs indicating the competencies that are supposed to be developed in every lesson, as well as the values. But before Mizizi Afrika came, for sure I want to confess that we were just facilitating learning the way we have been doing. And therefore when Mizizi came on board, through capacity building of teacher educators, we were able to unpack these competencies, understand these competencies, get the indicators, and even go ahead to look at that area. Even I believe all of us, we've gone through the education system where values were just left so that you can learn the way you know, and just by luck. But now when Mizizi Afrika came, we were able to be so intentional during every lesson that we present, to be able to see and identify and see how we can develop the values. Values such as integrity, love, honesty, and all that. And therefore, and apart from that, you know, values, when you talk of values, it's not easy to even, we didn't know before Mizizi Afrika that we can also be able to assess. Are you able to assess the values? That change in the way somebody is doing things, is conducting herself or himself. When Mizizi Afrika, and allow me to use Mizizi Afrika because that is easier for me. When it came on board, it assisted us to get to know that you can also have a way of assessing the development of values. We have also had a chance to be exposed to a whole school approach, where when you do and come up with a program, is it something that even that cook in the kitchen is aware of? Or it is just something that is in the boardroom? The whole school approach in terms of even development of values. And some of the things that I've seen happening in our institution is like even the student leadership taking the lead of identifying a value every week that we focus on, that we help ourselves focus on. Of course, we know that even as we talk of a population of probably 2,000, not all of them may be, but we believe that as we do it repeatedly over the term, then would achieve. Come to college, you will always see those signage and all those posters just to help us that when you look at it, somehow you have read. You look at it and somehow it gets to your mind, and we believe that that is going to change. Machakos Teachers College is an integrated institution. We admit teachers trainees with disabilities, visual impairment, hearing impairment, and even physical disabilities. This is where also when Mizizi Afrika came in, assisted us. You know, when we are talking of development of values, some of these teacher trainees in the course, they have to go out for practicum. First practicum 3 months, second practicum 3 months. That is about 7 months out there in the field. And this is that one of the teacher trainees could be totally blind. Then what they do and what I have seen happening is that their colleagues offer to go and support them for 6 months. That used to be a challenge before Mizizi Afrika came, because now we have kind of internalized those values. We also participated in a program holiday program on literacy, where our teacher trainees, 50 of them, went out over the holidays to support learners in their communities that have a challenge with literacy and I think numeracy. And what I'm just saying, because that could have happened and that is all. Why I'm saying it has had an impact is that some of our teacher trainees are out for practicum, and we've received reports that they have started that program that we did with Mizizi Afrika now on their own when they are on teaching practicum. And we engaged the Mizizi Afrika, and they have come out to even go and support them. That shows that something is happening in the institution. And therefore, as I conclude, I would say that having piloted, and even as Mizizi Afrika looks forward to this strategic plan of year 2040, I believe that they would be able to consider all the teacher training colleges in this institution so that they can also benefit, because it is whatever we have done, the engagement that we have had with Mizizi Afrika has really changed and transformed our institution. We wish to congratulate Mizizi Afrika as they plan for the next 15 years. And when I saw 2040, I said if 2030, when it was brought on board, we thought it was the government 2030, we thought it was far, but here it is. So I want to encourage Mizizi Afrika that all is well, and we look forward to working with you. We want to assure you of our partnership, even as teacher training colleges, because this is, we shall provide the platform where you can implement some of your programs. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
There's a new curriculum, 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 new curriculum.
Besides just a new curriculum, or at least the blueprint that we're looking forward to for the 15 years to come. 15 years tutakuwa na miaka mingapi?
Nitakuwa mzee.
Wasema nini juu yetu? Sisi tutakuwa wakongwe. Wasema nini bana? Heshima kidogo.
Nadhani wakati huo pia mimi my hair follicle.
Watu wachi hapo. Hapo umeenda personal sana. Hapo umegusa karibu sana nyumbani.
Zitakuwa zimepotea pia.
Or actually a follicle migration, as I was explaining to someone. When Dr. Sarah Ruto, who we are going to honor in a bit, met me, I had none here. And none here still, but ilikuja hapa ku compensate. Dr. Haga, naona ukicheka, lakini asante. It's good to see you here as well as our guest of honor, Florence Wanja, the regional head at Stanbic Bank, who's also going to be addressing us in a bit. It's good to see you and have you join us this evening. So now we want to get to a point where, as we digest the reflective comments that have been given by our partners, we'd like to have a session of guardians of the vision to honor them, because as you said, new curriculum. Sikuwa nasema tusimbe kwa sababu tafutwa kazi. From new curriculum, there's new leadership and vision bearers for the board. So let's call back up on stage Dr. Kahaki Kimani, the board chairperson, to take us through something very symbolic and to honor those who have been, those who have held the leadership and management very well and are now passing the baton, if I may.
Good evening once again. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the current board of Mizizi Afrika Foundation, now Mizizi Elimu Afrika. We have Mr. Mike Onzule. Please wave. Mike, stand and wave. We have Mr. Benjamin Odego. We have Mr. Kevin Ahere. We have Advocate Purity Babu, but unfortunately she's unwell. She was not able to join us. And we have our CEO, Dr. John Mugo. And those are the people who have been holding Mizizi Afrika together and accountable. And as Mizizi Elimu Afrika steps into this new chapter with the launch of Vision 2040, we are reminded that strong institutions are built not only on ideas and programs, but on stewardship and guidance of those who walk alongside them. It is therefore my great pleasure to introduce the members of our advisory board, individuals who bring wisdom, experience, and strategic insight as we continue to grow our work across Kenya and the region. So I would like to acknowledge Dr. Ruth Kagia. I think she's online. Mr. Christopher Thomas, also online. And Mr. George Tafaria Waititu. At Mizizi Afrika, we've only been having the board, but we have felt as we have grown bigger, we need an advisory board. And so it is with great pleasure that we welcome these members of our advisory board. Today also marks an important moment in the governance journey of Mizizi Elimu Afrika. We are pleased to welcome a new board member to the board, and this is Dr. Laura Savage, who is also online. Laura brings a wealth of experience and a deep commitment to strengthening education systems, and we are delighted to have her join us as we embark on this next phase of our work. At the same time, we mark a moment of transition as my dear friend, Dr. Sarah Ruto, steps down from the board. We will really miss her. Sarah has been more than a board member. She has been part of the very foundation of this organization. As one of the founding leaders of what began as Mizizi Afrika Foundation, Sarah helped plant the seeds of an idea. We were told that Dr. John Mugo builds the boat as you sail, and Dr. Sarah Ruto is there in the boat as it is being built. So Sarah helped plant the seeds of an idea that every child deserves strong foundations in literacy, numeracy, life skills, and values. Over the years, she has worked alongside the organization with wisdom, generosity, and unwavering belief in the power of African-led solutions. Many of the milestones we celebrate today were nurtured through her guidance and leadership. Dear Sarah, on behalf of the board, staff, partners, and the many communities whose lives have been touched by this work, we extend our greatest and deepest gratitude. And for this purpose, I would like to invite James, who has a spoken word. James.
James Mburu, he's coming up stage. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you so much. Sarah, tunakuenzi. A strong pillar to Mizizi, a leader of purpose, a visionary, dreamer, our founding mama, a children lover. Sarah, we pride in you. Since Uwezo time in 2009, are our children learning? You ask. Challenging us of the future. Agency and agency. African-led solution. Together, making a difference. Children, grounded foundations. Literacy, numeracy, and life skills. Sarah, tunakuenzi sana. Your transition, we reflect. As Beyond sang,
I was here, I lived, I loved, I was here, I did, I've done everything that I wanted, and it was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone will know I was here.
Children will tell. Yes, generation.
I wanna say I lived each day until I died, and know that I been something in somebody's life. The hearts I have touched will be the proof that I leave.
Greetings of love
that I made
from our board.
Difference, and this
Greetings of
world
kindness
will see I
from our
was
executive director. Greetings of hope.
I lived, I loved, I was here.
Special greetings.
I did, I've done everything that I wanted, and it was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone will know I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything.
Let's continue giving James Mburu a hand for that amazing poem to Dr. Sarah Ruto. Tunakushukuru sana. Thank you so much for the amazing work. And of course, this is the point where Sarah is going to receive an amazing gift and present from the board. Allow me to give it back. Yes, thank you.
It could not have been said better. Thank you, James. That's a beautiful, beautiful message. We are especially touched by the young people, the Gen Z community, who represent the future that we are working toward. And they have prepared a token of appreciation for Sarah. Please come forward.
Let's give the Gen Z a hand as they come on stage to present the gift to Dr. Sarah Ruto. And of course they're coming at a very Gen Z pace.
True Gen Z style.
Oh, yes. And of course, if you do not know this dance, it's called Donjo Maber. Donjo Maber, of course. The Gen Z in the room presenting a gift of recognition to Dr. Sarah Ruto.
Yes, yes, let's go away, people.
Sijui Mark kama ni waongoze pale mbele.
Jaribu join
waongoze pale mbele Mark.
Wewe Gen Z ingia.
Ni waongoze hapa mbele.
Ingia kati.
Tukisonga tu hivi na hivi, nataka tuweke mbele. Nataka tuweke mkono mbele hivi. Korada. Tuweke mkono mbele hivi. Tuanze hivi.
Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva. Ikibamba sana basi pulito. Select cheza doba once from the top. Donjo.
Dr. Sarah Ruto makofi.
Dr. Sarah Ruto. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you so much.
Look at that. Would you describe it? Read it for those who can't see. Omar? Read it. Someone can read it from the team. Just read what we can't see from way at the back there.
So it says, because you planted the seed, we are growing. Then down here it says, with gratitude for your vision, leadership, and dedication to education. Founding board member, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, then it has her initials.
Let's give the Gen Zs in the room another hand for the recognition of Dr. Sarah Ruto. An amazing message being put across. Amazing. Another hand for the Gen Z in the room. Asante sana.
Yes, and I believe the board has a gift. It's not just the Gen Z. So I do not know if the board is leading by example. The Gen Zs came on stage with a dance, but I'll save you that. And the board, I believe, if anyone would like to join as they gift, the board gifts Dr. Sarah, the gift is here. Anyone else from the board, tafadhali, would join us? Wamekuja serious kidogo. Unaweza smile. Tutacheza Donjo Mabe. Yeah, don't you worry. Njoo tu vizuri hivyo hivyo.
Wanapatiwa ngoma pale Mark.
Yes. Lakini kuna gift hapo nataka mmoja wenu describe and the inspiration behind it. Look at that. You look at that. What do you think is the message being passed on, Dr. Kaki?
Before the board presents their gift, I would like James to present that word in printed format to Dr. Sarah Ruto.
Yes, let's give a hand to James Mboro, who gave the spoken words. He has it on a plaque and he wants to present it. James.
Once again, as I said, Sarah loves children, and you can see even the portrait will not, okay, it has a child. So Sarah, this is for you.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause as he presents the plaque with the poem that was presented and is presented to Dr. Sarah Ruto. Another hand to James Mburu. Thank you so much, Asante Sana, for that. And of course, back to you to present the gift from the board.
As many of you may know, Sarah travels a lot. She really travels. I think in a year, probably she goes around the world twice or thrice. And apart from that, Sarah is full of adventure. We have scaled Mount Kenya together to Point Lenana. We have also scaled Mount Kilimanjaro together to Uhuru Point. So she's a girl who can really hit the road. And you know, when you travel, suitcases tend to wear out, and sometimes you may find yourself in a crisis having to go shopping in a strange country for a suitcase. And to avoid that happening, as the board, we have decided to gift you with this set of traveling luggage. It is a set of 2. It is not cheap. And it is quality. So we hope it will serve you for many years to come. I know you're not retiring, and probably when you retire, you start going on cruises, you still need it. So it is a Samsonite set of suitcases, and I hope they will serve you well.
A round of applause as Dr. Sarah receives the gift from the board. An amazing and memorable gift. Another hand for Dr. Sarah Ruto, as well as the board as they present that amazing gift. Asante Sana. Thank you so much for all your years of service. Thank you so much for helping and moving the learners forward. Another hand for Dr. Sarah Ruto Tafadhali. Thank you so much for all the service. Asante Sana. Thank you so much. And then of course, thank you so much, Brian. Asante. And then of course, we have to give an opportunity. After all that, after all those presents, after all those gifts, Dr. Sarah Ruto, allow me to tell you to stand there. Just stand there. We need to get your remarks. We need to get your remarks after all those presents, after the years of service. We really need to hear the journey. We really need to hear how you got here. Probably the next time, whoever will be seated there will be me. You never know, you know? So karibu sana Dr. Sarah Ruto. Tupigeni makofi tafadhali akija kwa stage. Dr. Sarah Ruto. She makes way to the stage. Another hand as she makes her way to the stage. Karibu sana. Thank you so
Thank you, and thank you very much. I will today be a person of few words, because when you're gifted with so many lovely words, including a suitcase, it means you are transitioning. So others will be left here. But what a joy for me personally it has been to be in this room, but also to have been surrounded by very many people who we have journeyed together over the years. And almost everybody here, whether you are in the media, whether you are in the government, you know, we all were united by a same purpose. And I smiled when I heard the words agency and urgency. And some of the people who I used to be their supervisor will remind me that one of the words I always used to say was what? Think through. Because I think that is what we all bring over here. And as people who have been gifted with this opportunity to be in this room and to be leaders, we have a big responsibility. And so when I look back to, it's a longer journey, but let me start in 2015, when Mizizi Afrika began, when the idea began, when we met with John Mugo, ZP, Joyce Kenyanjui, and were thinking about the name. Those things that brought us together are still here. We wanted to be part of building a foundation, because we know that when a foundation is strong, there is nothing that can shake it. And that is why I see today, even as Zizi is transitioning to Mzizi, that remains. The other thing you can see is that it was not one person, it was a collective journey. And I think that is one thing I'd like to urge you as you continue. There is something about walking a journey together as many people. It becomes, it makes a problem that looks to be big, not so big, because we are many people. And so that collaboration, that collectivity, that commitment, which other C word have I left out, is really important as we are moving forth. And I see these as values that brought us together at a point, and values that continue now that Mizizi has rebranded. To me, it is a rebranding. To me, it is a transition. To me, it is a new dress. But the mission, the vision remains the same. And until every child is able to read, like our children over here are able to, then our job is not done. And that is what I see as the responsibility as a citizen. And these citizens are found everywhere. They are found in government and outside of government. They are found in the university and in an NGO. They are found in a mosque and in a church. If we join together as citizens, we are the solution that is demanded for us, not only just in Kenya. I'm really glad that we have friends from Uganda, friends from Tanzania, because this is a journey that moves from our villages to our nations to the region. And it is such a beautiful thing when you are able to somewhat retire because we have handed over the baton to younger people, some of whom I do not know the names, but that's okay, because it means this journey continues and the solution, the end is at sight, as long as we pursue it with commitment that we have done. So thank you very much for being friends in this journey. And I will be still part of this in another side, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to do. 15 years strategic plan for an organization, I think is a very bold dream. But why? Who said boldness does not belong to us? It belongs to us. Who said we cannot dream of the solutions we want to have? And so John and the team and everybody here, I think I thank you for being able to dream boldly, for saying that this is a work that is not going to be done by NGOs on the side, but by NGOs collaborating, as Mizizi Afrika identifying you're going to be a system anchor, and that you're going to work with government, whether they invite you or not, because that is your responsibility as a citizen. And for government, I see Haga here and many other people, director, being over here. I don't think it's because you do not have a place to be, but because you identify that you're with citizens who identify in the mission that you have. Mizizi Afrika, you have to continue being a connector. You cannot work alone. You have to continue finding other organizations, finding other individuals, finding other innovators to work together. And so if you do that, then I think this is a journey of many birds flying towards the same direction. They say birds of a feather flock together, continue to work together. Eliud Kipchoge, I really like what he says. He says that 100% of him is nothing compared to 10% of the team. Because when you have 10% and you have 20 people, that's already 200%. So this is a journey we have to walk together. And thank you very much for being part of this journey. And thank you too for all the gifts. I will now try to learn that Gen Z anguka nayo. I'm still there with it. Asante sana.
Asante sana. May I ask that we all stand with a standing ovation as we also stretch.
Walking the journey together.
Let's all appreciate it.
Walking the journey together. 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 We are walking the journey together. Walking the journey together.
Walking the journey together is the word here that we can take home. And she, if you notice, she ran to her chair because she didn't want you to keep standing in appreciation. But Dr. Sarah Ruto, if I can speak for some who've been in the media sector and what you've lent to that sector and the country by extension, we honor you and we thank you. So tukumbuke as you travel to the world and utilize your nice suitcases. Go well, spread the gospel still of impact, and we appreciate you. Wapi Omar? Omar, uko karibu na jamaa wetu wa Til, eh?
Niko karibu na jamaa wetu aliyevaa Til upande huu. But thank you so much, Mark, of course. And asante sana, Dr. Sarah Ruto. Tunashukuru sana. As a child who greatly benefited from being sponsored in my entire education, from primary all the way to high school, even up to now, I am really grateful for the amazing work that you're putting in. Asante sana. Another hand for Dr. Sarah Ruto tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante. And then, of course, we are moving on to continuing, of course, as the day. We mentioned in the beginning that we are also celebrating the impact that Mizizi has had over the years, and also celebrating the amazing work that we have been able to put in to make sure that all children are getting the education that they need. And then, of course, right now I'm being joined by Mr. Sam Mugasha from Imaginable Futures, who's still going to give us his reflection and how the journey has been all the way up to this point. A round of applause for Mr. Sam Mugasha tafadhali. Asante sana. Karibu sana.
Good evening. I was ambushed by John to speak, and I didn't know it would be after Sarah. So the pressure is high. But generally, allow me to, on behalf of Imaginable Futures, express our heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to the Mizizi Elimu Afrika team and all that they've been able to do. I think so for those who don't know, Imaginable Futures is a philanthropic funder that supports education across the continent, and we've been great supporters of Zizi Afrika, now Mizizi Elimu, and that journey started in 2020. And for those who remember what 2020 was like, I think it started in a meeting with a few leaders from the region who had come up with this bold idea that was very unique. And it was talking about what the people who are always in the sector say, SEL or life skills. It was a really bold idea, but it was them coming and saying that we want to own this. We want to do it in our way, in our own contextual way. And we believe that if we are empowered and we are resourced, we can be able to move further and take this bold idea. And I think for me, one lesson that reminds me, there are some things I noticed that time. First of all, this bold idea was beyond even the organization itself. It was really huge. It was saying that they want to transform systems and let us define what problem solving, what all of those things are. Then, I think with every story you hear, then COVID happened. Then COVID happened. And I think this has been a testament for me for what I've noticed with the leadership, with the team, and the ability to own this story and really do something that is beyond you. And so I think that resilience is something I want to encourage you guys to continue, and that ownership of a bold idea. And as Sarah mentioned, if the dream or the idea is not big enough to scare you, you need to dream bigger. And I think aspects such as collaboration and seeing that what we are trying to solve is actually much more difficult than one organization, one institution. It moves beyond. So as Imaginable Futures, we are really proud to support Zizi Afrika, now Mizizi Afrika. And I also want to appreciate the funders who we worked with together as we supported this bold vision. Rosemary from Poticas, the Gates Foundation, Echidna Giving. Because I think even for us, we wouldn't have been able to create this environment and support this organization to do what it's doing. And I think I'd want to challenge our own local organizations, because as much as we work for foundations that are at a global level, one thing we've seen is ownership, and we've learned this through some of the transitions that have happened of some of the development aid. Ownership locally really makes a difference. And so we're excited that even as you launch this strategy, you are embracing the local corporates, the foundations, to be able to also share the story, that we can own it. And appreciation hugely to government that has been really embracing the support that we have been trying to encourage and bring forth. So with that, those few remarks, I think I just want to say congratulations once again. And yeah, I think the work is just beginning, and let us embrace just working together and seeing ourselves bigger than the problems that we are facing. Thank you.
I like that. Thank you, Sam Mugacha, Imaginable Futures, and Omar will be with you just to relieve you of the microphone. But thank you for those. We're bigger than our problems. Look beyond what we have. Actually, let's look at it as opportunities. Speaking of which, now to the man of the moment, if I could put pressure on him, is Dr. John Mugo to take us through a quick look of the Vision 2040 strategy that we are about to witness in terms of symbolically launch, and also the journey that it takes us to the new brand identity, which ties in with it. And I believe you take the podium just to be closer to the presentation. You'll be able to follow it on the screen or on those two screens on the side. However, in your bag as well, just to draw your attention back to the QR code, there's the longer version of what he is going to be presenting that is available there that you can digest. I think 48 pages of it all, of the Vision 2040 strategy that you can look at later. But for now, just to run us through it, the highlights, Dr. John Mugo. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to stand here and see all of you and acknowledge the journey that has been. For sure, as Sarah says, this journey has been not just a journey of faith and big risks, but a journey of friends. And when I look at people in this room, and I don't want to make the mistake of acknowledging anyone because I leave all the others, but we have been in this together. And what this evening is about is to come and recommit. Because I don't think we are going to stop until we have achieved whatever we set out to achieve. The issue of children not learning is still real, but we celebrate the progress that we have made. And part of this is what I'm going to highlight. I know a lot has been spoken about the journey that has been, but also where we are headed. But when I look at ourselves now, myself as a Kenyan, and others as Ugandans, as Tanzanians, and people that bear different nationalities, the issue of our children is something very personal. And so when people ask me sometimes, don't you think you are doing so many things? It's like, what do you mean? Because until we have achieved that, what we set out to achieve then. So this is Nuru. And so Nuru is representing those 11 million children that are attending our primary school today. And Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa is here. We just released a report recently, the Flana report, showing that we have made some little steps, but we are far from where we need to get. And I believe that God will bless us so that by 2040, we will be celebrating 80% of our children reading with comprehension by end of grade 3. And I speak this with confidence because I'm calling anyone in this room that we are not going to retire. Where are you going to if children are not learning? And so this Nuru, that epitome of the child, and the many happy children we have seen are a representative of what we are about. So I'll be skipping quite a bit of the other things, so we can move to the next slide. But the issue of the foundation is very core. And we use what we call repetition for effect. I know these things are things you know, but we cannot continue focusing on university, on TVET, on all those things when we are mopping a floor while the tap that is pouring water on the floor is still running. That doesn't make sense. It makes sense to focus on pre-service training so that the teachers of tomorrow, of next year, of the other year will be fixed, but also on the foundation, because when children have a foundation, these things happen. When all these things are happening, then we are seeing the progress. And so our vision, and I won't belabor this, I think I'll be preaching to the choir because everyone in the room knows these things. If we move to the next slide, I also won't belabor that, but this Vision 2040, the boldness that our chair professed here, is a journey we have walked for more than a year. And so we began by looking at where we were coming from, looking at the prospects, looking at where we were, and it has been all those things. But why 2040? People have asked me, don't you think planning for 15 years is unreasonable? But I have to say that we have learned from government. And I really admire, and there are many government people, our friends from government in the room, that when you have such a longer term view, then many things can happen. We are thinking about generations and not projects. We are focusing on the system rather than just short-term projects and programs. We are building evidence and acting at the scale or the magnitude of the issues we are dealing with. We are strengthening the ecosystem across countries. But also we are preparing that generation that will take over from us. So the 15 years will help us to appropriate resources to gain that energy, the long-term view, not thinking about retirement and 5 years or 3 years, this project is ending and so on. So who this strategist serves, if you look clearly, I want to clarify that we have not had the clarity in the past on who is our target. And we are so happy now to say that when we look in the time ahead, I'm speaking to the next slide, we have a focus on the foundation. And so what does this tell us? 80% of our focus is going to remain those learners that are aged between 4 to 12 years. And these are the ones that are in PP1, PP2, where, pre-number, pre-literacy, all these things are grounded. But also to the end of primary. Because if we don't have all children reading and all children being able to conduct the mathematical operations by end of primary, then we have lost it. Not to say that we are not going to focus on other things. And so we thank friends like the Conrad Hilton Foundation that asked us, don't you think you also need to pay attention and to speak to that age that matters most, when brain development is steepest? And so even when we know that babies, children, 0 to 3 years are not our core focus, but wherever we are, and we saw Ali Letura in Kajiado, meeting parents and talking to parents. And so unless if we focus on early stimulation, on parents asking young babies questions and encouraging as a culture, not telling our children to keep quiet, to shut down, which is our culture, that we are not going to achieve problem solving and the other life skills that we are seeking. But also, we have seen Omar here and the Gen Zs. So our young people, our previous focus has been youth as people we need to do something for. But we can see what they are able to do. And so we have shifted from people that we are going to do something about to people that we are placing at the center and at the front as an asset, as the movers. Because right now, we have more than 200,000 young people in Kenya that are studying to become teachers. 200,000 plus. And these young people are coming from the same villages. Armando and Emmanuel are telling us children are not reading. They are going for holiday for a whole month to idle around. And so if we were to focus on that potential and unlock it, then this dream of having all Kenyan children reading actually is very visible with the Gen Z power. And so this revisioning is critical. We have a big ambition. The next slide. Our goal is that by 2040, we will have a minimum of 10 million children across our countries achieving these competencies. And that our work, which is building collaboration, building energy, focusing on the issue, is going to be making impact on more than 10 African countries, and that we are going to be strengthening and having and seeing an enduring system that produces the children that we want to see. And so, as Sarah said, the vision remains the same, basically, that all children and youth in Africa have the foundation to learn, relate, and thrive. The middle word is new, relate. And we are looking at relating as a very core thing that we have overlooked previously. Because young people, for them to believe themselves, for them to take forward, then relationships like what we are seeing in this room are a key driver and a key mover. Our mission, we are focusing on shifting mindsets, like telling ourselves first that it's possible. And we won't get tired until we do it and we achieve it. Improving learning experiences, strengthening relationships, using evidence, which has been a core marker of our work, and influencing policy and resourcing. And that point of resourcing is very key. Previously, we have focused on the resources that we have ourselves, the resources that funders have, and we have many funders online and here in the room. But we haven't focused on the richest funder, who is government. And so we are looking at government as the biggest funder of what we want to achieve here. Unless if government invests, the money from all these funders combined can't even form 4% of what government is putting in. And so we have government now at the center. We have focus on money that Treasury is giving, and our focus on the shillings and the dollars that is going to focus on the foundation. What do we mean by foundational skills? The next slide, that I won't belabor, but it's literacy, numeracy, life skills, and values. These things don't occur in separation, and so the mistake we have made is that you are focusing on this here, the other one there, the other one there, yet the grade 1 teacher is the same one that is teaching all these things. And so I think that separation, that silo that we have put has been very artificial and has actually hindered our movement forward. We are going to focus on 3 strategic shifts, and these ones have been mentioned. The first shift are the stronger foundations for all. The second one are stronger education systems. And the third is stronger ecosystems for change. These 3 speak to the core, to the DNA of Mizizi Elimu Afrika. That without foundations, there is nothing better we can do. And that we are actually working against the future. Without government and those people that are stewards of the system, then we are creating little islands of excellence that will never connect to cause the big change, that 80% of children reading and comprehending. But also, that a focus on our organizations and not the problem is actually a disservice to society. And so working together is not a choice. I think it's a prerogative. It's something that we owe to our children, as Mukhtar Ogle said. And so moving forward, our work is going to be a lot about training and capacity strengthening. It's going to be a lot about technical support to systems, about ecosystem building and building that trust among everyone, working from the regional all the way to the village level. Is going to be about relational convening, but also research and the use of evidence. And especially promoting initiatives that are led by those people that are living where the problem is. One of the issues is that a lot of our development as Africa has been led by people that don't live that problem. And so, what do you expect about their commitment? Their commitment is limited to the funding period. When that project ends, they move on. When I speak here as John Mugo, who was born and brought up in Moya Tebere, the people that failed, those people that I went to Standard 1 with, whenever I go home, they are there. And those children, our generations, are people that I'm connected to, and I can never run away from them. And so when we lead our own development, we make decisions as Africans, then we can see where this is leading us. But when we sit back and other people are leading, then I think we are taking ourselves for a ride. The question of geography is many people have asked, so are you going to remain with just those core countries? And what we say is that because of our collaborative approach, the 10 countries we are talking about, we have only one Mizizi Elimu Afrika office that will remain in Westlands, where we are, thanks to Joyce Kenyanjui, who houses us. But It's because everywhere we go, I'm seeing Sheikh here from Mandera West. I'm seeing Chabari here from Tharaka Nithi. Wherever you go and you want to do anything, there is a person already doing it. So what gives you the audacity to think you can go somewhere else and create a solution for people? Or for you to think that you are going to be the one bringing the better solution than the people that are living that problem. And so this collaborative approach is actually what you are seeing here. We think we may have the opportunity to move very deep, to have system level changes through this collaborative approach in our 4 of the 8 East African community countries, which is Kenya, where we are, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, where Stella and I spent the whole of last week. But also contributing to other countries, because Sub-Saharan Africa is united. We are facing basically the same issues. And so we waste a lot of resources producing something in Nigeria, and then the person in Botswana spends money producing the same. The person in Kenya is struggling for another 3 years, asking for funding to invent the same. So we find that the connection across Sub-Saharan Africa can save resources, can accelerate our movement forward. How will we deliver the vision? 15 years for sure is a long time. And again, we have learned from government. Even though we had our vision 2030, there are what were called MTPs, the medium term plans. And so we will have smaller cycles within it, not losing the vision. But we know that electoral cycles come, government shift, all these things shift. So it is important to have those 5 years where we are checking in and updating what needs to be updated. And we'll have those cycles built in so that we are able to be adaptive to whatever changes are happening. We know there are many technological changes happening. There are many political shifts that are happening, and we have to be alive to them. How does success look like? When I see some of the photos now we have, and these are photos from some of those places where we are working, happy children. There is nothing nice like a happy child. And I think as Africa, we have done a lot of disservice, putting faces of sad children so that, because we thought that was the way to raise money. And yet, it's actually indignifying the same people that we say we are working with. So, a happy child, that child who walks into school confident and ready to learn, that is what we hope to see. And we have started seeing some of those. That teacher, I hope you'll be able to see that video to the end. You will see many photos of happy teachers and happy faces. So, and then also teachers. We have left teachers behind many times, and I think we are guilty. We have gone even to classrooms directly, creating implementation projects where we are working directly with learners, and teachers have gone home after school, and we are creating what we are calling after-school programs. Then how will we sustain that when we leave the teacher behind? So we are hoping also that teachers are going to be at the center of this work, and those people that are responsible for the work, whether the middle level, people that are at the county level or the district level, but also families. We have seen also now communities and families coming alive, because things like values are learned from birth. 5 years for some values is too late. And so we want families and communities to be at the center, but also governments to lead. And as an organization, we have decided we will not do anything unless if the government is leading. If they are not leading, we won't do it. So they will lead and we follow, supporting where support is needed, but it will not be us steering the process. But also across Africa, millions of our young people, our young demography, our young people thriving now to supply labor to the rest of the world, and us cashing in on the youth bulge. So our call to action is that let's journey together. Let's commit to our children. Whether you are a government officer, whether you are a teacher, whether you are John Mogo leading an organization, I think our commitment is to the children and not to our organizations. If our children were to have the competencies and our organizations die, we will die very happy. And so I'm making this call so that when we think about that challenge that is ahead, I am sure that we are going to witness this. So together we can build systems where every child learns, relates, and thrives. Thank you.
Dr. Mugo, and you'll be back on stage to explain something else in terms of, and it ties in with the Vision 2040, and that is the brand identity and why it was necessary to tweak it and at least have a bit of a change in terms of brand, and that is what we'll be used to seeing until 2040. Sounds like it's a ways off, and when you were talking about why 15 years, I asked myself, 15 years, I'll be 55. So doing the math, bado nitakuwa. So if we could get some help and some company on stage right now to just change over the stage and add some seats, because I'll be joined by 4 stakeholders. I don't want to call them a panelist, but 4 stakeholders who will help us just digest a bit of this in terms of the strategy and moving forward. So I believe we'll need to add 1 more chair because we will be 4 plus myself, and then we'll need to move that podium on the side, tafadhali. So for this conversation, it is really to help us appreciate, okay, I'll take this one because I need to be at the edge, and also not to look away from our audience. It is what we mean when we're talking about foundations, and the foundations really isn't about basic education, but it's about the foundations that give opportunity, give equity, and that's what we are talking about and what we want to be able to appreciate. So let me call on stage, and please give them a hand as they come up, and then Omar will tell us as well how you will join in the conversation as we continue. First to join me here is Nelly Machu from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Let's give her a hand. She'll also be joined by Ms. Khadija Sharif, CEO of Milele Zanzibar. Let's give her a hand as well. Mr. Benjamin Ondego, Chair, Strategy and Administration, Board Committee, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. And Ms. Virginia Ngindiru. Ms. Virginia, join us. She's a Deputy Executive Director, Foundational Skills at Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Omar will be doing something as well as the conversation continues.
Yes, of course, Mark, of course. And even as the conversation is going on, we want you to be involved and for you to be a part of this conversation. And earlier on, we mentioned that you have cards on your tables. They are either yellow, green, or pink. And if you don't have, of course, we can have our ushers add you more if you've already utilized your cards. And we want you to be a part of this conversation. And then, of course, we want you to tell us what is the most exciting part of Mizizi's work. Of course, just mention on your card what is the most exciting part of Mizizi's work. And then, of course, what you believe that Mizizi should always keep in mind moving forward. Of course, we are collecting all this feedback from you. And, of course, as we join this panel discussion. Back to you, Mark.
Asante sana. Now, as you get perhaps some tips from what they prioritize, given the stakeholder representative that they are here for, please also write from the heart what you think should be top of mind and priority for Mizizi Elimu Afrika as they move forward. So, from a curriculum perspective, I'll start there, and I'll start with Nelly. And this is an effort to try and see what it would take to truly put foundational education or learning at the center of learning in not only Kenya, but in Africa. Hence, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. So with you, Nelly, from a perspective of curriculum, what policy perspective do you think will actualize making it or get it right for children to develop strong foundation? Not basic, but strong foundation.
Thank you so much for the question. And before I begin my conversation, I'd like to congratulate Mizizi Afrika, now Mizizi Elimu Afrika, for the good work they've been doing, even supporting education and their commitment to make sure that we realize the achievement of the objective for competency-based education. Thank you so much. Back to the question that you have asked. Allow me to mention that curriculum is the engine for which foundational learning skills begin, because curriculum then explains and guides what is supposed to be taught and how it is supposed to be taught. So as I continue to address this question on how best then this can be done, we are looking at the work of reforms. We know very clearly that Kenya, among other countries in Africa, are doing what we call or are implementing competency-based education. But we are asking ourselves, even at the end of the day, are our children being able to develop the skills that we are talking about, the foundational skills, as the Mizizi Elimu Afrika CEO has mentioned, the 4 skills that you're talking about. So one critical thing, even at the work of these reforms, is that the classroom setting and practices themselves, we can be able to do, from where I sit, we do very good curriculum designs, but we are saying, even as we are able to do very good curriculum designs that speak to the needs even of our learners, what is the situation in the classroom? What are the practices in the classroom? I call the classroom where the rubber meets the road in terms of curriculum implementation. And so, as we talk about what needs to be done, how do we then set a platform or an environment in the classroom where learners are given an opportunity to thrive? Because we are saying under competency-based education, it's not just about the content that we are delivering. I can be a very good teacher in terms of, yes, what I'm able to teach, but at the end of the day, I should be asking myself, is this learner able to develop the skills that I'm talking about, to be able to relate with others, to be able to continue with lifelong learning, and so forth. So again, we come back to the question, what is happening in the classroom? And so what do we need to do in the classroom? So the practices in the class where the teacher needs not to be left alone, because this is the implementer of the curriculum. So we are saying again, we need to equip the implementer of the curriculum with the requisite skills, because when you're talking about transitioning from content-based curriculum to competency-based curriculum, then what is this that needs to be done for the teacher to be able then to equip these learners with the competency-based education or skills that you're talking about? Foundational learning skills, for instance. When you talk about literacy skills, we talk about this competency known as communication and collaboration. If a learner is not able to even explain themselves, express themselves, then again we lose it. That even this competency that we are busy focusing on will not be achieved. The other thing is how the learner is able to relate with others. As a teacher, have I managed myself to be able to relate with the learners themselves before I talk about imparting knowledge and skills for the learners to be able to relate with each other and also thrive in the society? So again, we go back. What is their pedagogy in the classroom? And we are talking about, in this work of curriculum, competency-based curriculum, that we continue supporting the teacher to be able to implement this curriculum, ensuring that the learner is at the center of learning. So that at the end of the day, it's not about me, the teacher, who knows it all, but am I giving the learner that opportunity? Because again, for the learner to be able to thrive, if I don't give them that opportunity, they won't excel. If I don't give the learner that opportunity, they won't realize the potential. So how then do I create a space for the learner to be able to thrive? And so we are saying, let's go back to the classroom practices and how to support the teacher. And we are looking at the teacher at the pre-service level. I like what the principal from Machakos Teachers College mentioned about, yes, there was a beautiful curriculum that we did, speaking about everything that is necessary for this learner. But again, if the teacher educator is not well capacitated to ensure that they are able to equip the teacher trainer with this capacity or the skills to be able to facilitate this learning, it again becomes a challenge. So in the work of this transition, we are saying that the teacher should not be know-it-all, but a facilitator of learning. And that brings me to the issue of the other foundational skill, which is very, very critical, social-emotional learning. How do I, as a teacher, create an environment, as Dr. Mugwa says, that a learner is happy learning? A learner comes home or at school and feels that the school is a safe place for them to be. And the parents feel the school is a safe place for the learner to be. So again, we are asking ourselves, how do we then package this kind of training to make sure the teacher, again, who's coming from the training colleges, again, is able to ensure that social-emotional learning is addressed and creating what we call the safe learning environment for the learner to be able to come out as a learner who is happy, who has also developed the competencies we are talking about and able to relate at the end of the day. Then the in-service training, continuous capacity building is very key, because we are saying again, yes, we are trying as much as we can to make sure a teacher is well trained. But again, we are asking ourselves, even the teacher who is already on the ground, are they well retooled, capacitated to be able to transit from what, or the old, I'd call them traditional kind of teaching to what is there today. And so again, capacity building is very key, even for those that are already training. Yes, we are saying they went through training, but again, we are asking ourselves, when we talk about curriculum, it's very dynamic, because it's again supposed to ensure that it addresses the real world situations are those that have kept on changing. And so we're asking ourselves, do the skills that they had during the time they were training matching to what is actually currently now? So we are saying again, we need to retool the teachers, capacity build them, and make sure that they are able to implement the curriculum effectively as required, so that at the end of the day, we are able to ensure foundational learning skills are addressed. Another thing that is very critical, we should continue ensuring monitoring and learning of the progress, so that at the end of the day, even the interventions that we are talking about are informed by the continuous monitoring of what we're already implementing, so that at the end of the day, we're asking ourselves, what does the data say? What are the gaps that are there? And if there are gaps, then even when you are designing an intervention, the intervention is targeted. For instance, if you're talking about capacity building teachers, we know what is this area that is really ailing the implementation of the curriculum. If it is the curriculum itself, what is this gap that is already existing? And so we can go back and recheck and say, even as we are transforming this curriculum, then it is an area where we know it is informed by data, it is informed by monitoring reports, it is informed by what we have gathered as evidence, so that at the end of the day, then you are making meaningful changes, we are making meaningful kind of reviews that are going to change for the better, even for the learning of this of our children. At the end, as I conclude, I want to mention that in the work of competency-based education, we are targeting not only content delivery, but we are addressing the three things and the three domains. We are addressing the head, the cognitive development of the learner. We are also addressing the hands. What are they able to do at the end of the day? The skills, what are we equipping them? And then at the end of the day, we're asking ourselves, have I able to change the attitude of the learner? Have I been able to impact positively to this learner, so that at the end of the day, he's going to be meaningful in the society and contribute positively to the society? Then we can say, really, education is meaningful. Thank you so much.
Tumpe makofi. That's quite a loaded response. And Nelly, you've used your opportunity, because we are sharing the mic, and you will share that with the panelists there. And so I couldn't interject, so I could only nod as she spoke. But as he spoke, no. It was a very loaded response, but well-rounded. And that actually lays a foundation for the next question. But I have to say, I was paying attention. I just had to ask, within the room, who went through 844? I'm here. Yeah, I don't know if you heard, as she was talking about, we need to have, a happy environment. So we had this content to competence. Me, I had kiboko. Kiboko based, at least for 844. Back in the day in Siape Primary School in Narok, where they used to use we used to call it njibinjibi. Like they just cut the branch that's next and they use it to align you. But thank God our children are in safer spaces and happier times. You're speaking to realities that we are coming from and that we are headed to. Bonondego, you sit at the advisory role, at least strategically, and someone will ask, and Dr. Mugo addressed it kidogo, why 15? What's the bigger picture? She's given an all-rounded response to what should be at the center to make it more valuable for the child. What's the bigger picture that you have in pegging it at 15? Vision 2040. Flick it to the side, yeah.
I think it's on now. Thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly now. Yes, so 15 years because what we seek to achieve is a change that is institutionalized, that can last beyond a lifetime, beyond the lifetime of those that you see here today. So because the focus of Mizizi's work is to be that convener, that catalyst for change, a systemic change. And this takes a lot of time. So at the board level and in our committee that looks at strategy, we acknowledge the fact that it takes a long time to influence policy, to bring on board all stakeholders that are required. We need the parents in this journey. The learners are needed. We need teachers. Even funders are part of this journey. So because of the sheer amount of time required, we were convinced that it's better to have a long-range planning. Talking of partners, funding partners, when you plan long-term, you also attract funding that is long-term, that can sustain programs for a long period. Otherwise, if you plan for 3 years, 5 years, you tend to get disjointed funding. It was also an expression of confidence and courage. Today, there was a lot of people that talked about courage. And courage comes from the conviction that what you're doing is really the right thing. There's conviction in it. And so we gave it a long shot. But key is to end up with outcomes that are institutionalized, meaning the government is leading systems change by providing the infrastructure required. Communities, families are helping to shape the learners, giving them support. Teachers that are ready, are prepared, and feel supported to, support the learners. The learners themselves come into classrooms ready to learn. So you can see it is all coordinated and requires a wide range of players and stakeholders, hence the 15 years.
All right. Thank you for that. And it's systematic approach to this conversation, at least for the curators of this conversation. I'll have to appreciate them, Margaret and the team, for really looking at it in a very, very granular manner, because we're looking from the foundation of it, the curriculum that Nelly has spoken to. We're looking at the vision behind that strategy, what has informed it. Now we'd want to see what would actually take to realize that vision. And Virginia, if you could respond before, I saw Khadija take notes as Ondego was talking. You'll probably let us in on what you were jotting down. But Virginia, to actualize, to help us see what it looks like in the class room situation or in the teaching ecosystem, when you talk about foundational literacy, numeracy, life skills and values, what does that actually mean or look like in the actual live situation?
All right, thank you so much, Mark, and good evening, everyone. So this morning, I started off my day at Nairobi School, courtesy of our very own Fuad, who is in the room, to observe a numeracy lesson. And these interactions are the ones that keep, in touch. They help us keep in touch with the realities that the teachers are going through, because we understand some of the setbacks that our teachers are dealing with. We also need to understand better the opportunities that our current environment presents for innovation when it comes to teaching. So I saw a very lovely teacher, a teacher I would have wished to be in a class, Teacher Lucy. And as I was reflecting on what it takes for us to get foundations right for every child, I'll share with us 4 pointers. And the first one it begins with individual conviction in the potential of every child. I think for us to steer that vision, for us to be able to win in that journey, we must all be convinced that actually every child can get there. So that conviction sets the pace. It is a constant reminder that whenever we encounter a child who is not getting it, then we are also contributing to the injustices around this, the environment of the child. So that's my point number one. The realization, the individual conviction that it actually takes all of us to give that child the grounding they need, the literacy, the numeracy, to invest. As parents, as friends of education, whether you are alumni in a school, that conviction is where it starts. Within your heart, within the heart of that other player, that it's actually a mission that we are holding on to that is close to us and that is achievable. The second one is about centering the teacher. I started by sharing about Teacher Lucy, who I saw today, a teacher who was teaching subtraction, but never rushed to the formulas of subtraction, but invited teachers, or the students, the learners within that class, to describe what subtraction looks like in their own simple language without having to use subtraction or take away. And it reminded me that we have so many Teacher Lucys in our ecosystem. And therefore, that is the magic, or rather the main resource that we have. The person who interfaces with children on a day-to-day basis, the person who understands the dynamics and the realities of the children and the communities they serve, and therefore, we must be open to elevating them into a space where they feel respected, where they feel valued, where they feel invited to innovate and lead that change themselves. So investing in their capacities and that belief in that they can lead it is actually a core thing for us to be able to achieve the vision that we have ahead of us. And then thirdly, again, is also about the communities and the parents. I think there's a long journey about a child's education, right from when they are born or conceived, because that's when child development tells us learning begins. After they are born, there's a whole lot around brain development, and acknowledging that we cannot leave parents outside this conversation. The values that we desire have to shape from the home. The confidence that they can achieve, so that we are starting to address even the gendered perspectives or the perceptions and the mindsets that inhibit some of these children from fully realizing who they are. That has to start from the home. It is from the home that I get the encouragement that whether I'm a girl or a boy, whether I'm a person who is able differently, that I can actually be able to achieve it. So we have to also be very keen around what are we asking of our parents? What position are we giving them in this journey as we move into the vision? But also at the same time, it is these parents who are also responsible for nurturing and promoting the well-being. Identification of talents. So really centering them and equipping them, inviting them as co-creators of the learning, co-shapers of the learning that we want amongst our children, and ensuring that not only within our institutions, but also within the schools themselves, within the community spaces they occupy, we are appreciating their agency. We are not working so hard to stifle their voices. I think there's a whole discourse around parents being seen as troublemakers when we don't perform very well in national exams, and they storm the schools. And that's the point at which we start asking ourselves, where did we get it wrong? So it's actually the acknowledging that parents will continue to shape this journey, and they're with children most of the times, and we have to really give them an opportunity to shape this. And then on the fourth one, and it speaks to all of us in the room today, is about this whole essence of partnerships. They say it takes a village, to educate a child. It is in the Ubuntu community that Beria talked about. It is in, the recognition that today we are all gathered here from our different quarters to come and converge around a common mission, a common vision, that our children deserve, the right foundations for them to learn and thrive. So as we go about this discourse, it will call for us to step back and ask ourselves, how much of myself am I willing to forego in order for me to create opportunities for partnerships so that collectively we are able to converge our resources, converge around a common impact issue, and be able to drive that change with the right actors in place. So allow me to pause there and just share those 4 pointers.
What you've closed with actually ties into what I'm going to ask Khadija Sharif, because she has a regional perspective and what has worked within the region, not just here, but you've talked of partnerships. And now we are moving from projects where it's very me-centric or just a project given your time, the KPIs you have, and accountability reporting back to the funders, to what it would take to move from projects to ecosystems. And from your experience, Khadija, why is it important to, I'd say there's some advantage of focusing on a project and perfecting that, but why is it important from your experience to build an ecosystem that then would ensure a strong foundation for our children?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that question. And before I provide my response, I would also love to just also register my congratulations to the Mizizi Elimu team. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be able to watch this milestone, this amazing milestone being achieved. We started back in 2019 as a partner, as part of that ecosystem. And Zizi was looking at us, and John, I remember John saying, you know, you guys are, because we're older, you guys are our older sister, so we want to learn from you. But in the 5-6 years that I've seen them evolve and grow tremendously, I feel now I'm looking at my older brother. And I think there's so much that Zizi has shared and impacted across the region. And we, as Milele Zanzibar Foundation, are a testament of that in many ways. And it's really interesting how this ecosystem building plays out, right? Today, as John was sharing his strategic plan, you know, laying it all out, we just got done, you know, developing our own. And I kept on asking myself, did they look at our notes? Or did we cheat and look at their notes? Because it sounds exactly the same. It feels like, you know, one of the things that come out of, I think, working in the ecosystem together is that we end up beginning to think the same. We begin to maybe even converge around the same vision and around the same, you know, direction. And so I feel very, kind of reinforced and feel very happy about what I've learned and seen today, because I still feel then that Mizizi Elimu and Milele Zanzibar are going in the same direction. And we will continue to be part of that ecosystem together. So to answer your question, I think we've heard a lot of what I was going to say many times, and perhaps it can just be reiterated for emphasis. And I think first and foremost, the importance of why it needs an ecosystem is because it's not an isolated issue. We heard about curriculum. We know that data is critical. We know that parental contributions are a must. We know that, you know, finance and financing this agenda is critical. And that cannot be achieved by one institution alone. And so what I loved about what John said was, you know, this is about rebranding Mizizi, but it's really not about Mizizi. It's about a much bigger a mission and a much bigger issue. So that issue that cannot be addressed by one person, and it's ni tatizo sugu, is what we say in Kiswahili. It's a very stubborn challenge that we're continuing to, you know, fight over and over again. So why fight it in isolation? And so I think this is the importance of having that ecosystem. And it's also not isolated to one country. It's a Pan-African problem in a sense, or maybe it's a global problem, but we know we experience it more intensely in our communities, and it's across the region. When we did the Alive assessment, the first Alive survey, we found that the results were similar across the region. None of our countries had more than 10% of our children able to, proficient in life skills and values. So we share a common problem. So why address the challenges in isolation? Like John said, it costs more money because each country is trying to solve the problem on their own. It requires more time, and I think what we're seeing is that it doesn't solve the challenge, especially because it's being addressed from a project perspective, from a project approach. I've seen in Zanzibar, right now, foundational learning is the agenda of probably 10 different organizations, each of them with a different project that they're bringing to the Ministry of Education, wanting to be, scaled. That creates so much more confusion than a solution. And so the fact that these organizations are not looking at this issue as a systemic issue that needs all of them to come together to address the issue at, simultaneously, and having and pooling their resources to tackle that issue together, then we're just continuing to actually create the problem and make it even worse. And so this is, I think, targeting your question around why move from projects to system. And I want to reinforce in terms of regional ecosystem, why it's important. We've seen within the Alive initiative that we can, the challenge is urgent, right? As Dr. Sara Ruto said, urgency is underlying, this issue. And so we need to move faster. And so within Alive, we have seen that we can co-create tools together. We can try and test different approaches in different countries so that I know what Kenya is doing with whole school approach, what it's working, what's not working. I can learn from that, and I can apply it in Zanzibar, and vice versa. We can use the same tools, the same resources, so why reinvent the wheel when we can move together, we can move faster, and we can move more efficiently. So these are some of the, the reasons why I think we need to move in an ecosystem.
Asante sana. Let's give a round of applause for our panel. And I hope you have been jotting down what for you stands out for the work of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, and also what you think, because she's mentioned it, it is a shared problem, tatizo sugu, and you're in the ecosystem. You are part of the ecosystem. That is why we're encouraging you to write on either side of the cards that you have at your table what stands out for the work that Mizizi Elimu Afrika is doing, and what you think should stay top 3 in terms of their priorities moving forward into Vision 2040. Speaking of which, I'll give a chance right down the panel for a short, bold, but practical response to this question. Imagine it's the year 2040. And Africa has gotten it right in terms of foundational learning. What will visibly be different in the education system for you? And I'll start with you, Nelly, as we go down the panel. What will be visibly different for the education in the education system? If it's Vision 2040, we've gotten it right, we're there. What will be visibly different?
Thank you so much, Mark. One thing that will be very visible is that more learners, almost all the learners, will be able to achieve their learning outcomes or their intended learning outcomes. And again, we shall have a transformed society, because then learners are able to thrive in the society, they're able to relate with each other, and so that will be a change. Thank you.
Okay, I think for me, what will be very visible will be innovations that are able to be translated into practice much easier. Resources that are directed towards where challenges are needed. Parents that are in the schools, in the communities, working with the children, and children that are happy and curious and confident and thriving.
Well, Ondego.
Thank you. For me, the big, audacious dream for 2040, remember this will be 15 years on after all these stakeholders have put in the effort. My vision is a country where there'll be no, at that time, the first cohorts will be youth and young adults. So I see a situation where they become problem solvers within the community. We talked about engagement, relating. We've spoken about all the support from the ecosystem. So I see a country where the young adults and the youth are coming forward to create opportunities that themselves they have enjoyed in the years before, creating opportunities for others. In our country, we have something we call, on a light touch, serikali saidia. So we get away from that, we get our hands dirty ourselves, and solve the situations. Some of the speakers also today talked about being, citizens that are patriotic, going to government, engaging government, because the dreams are shared. The fact that in government, we are the public, so working together. So I envision a situation where these people will be parents asking the right questions, the young adults providing solutions, giving of their time, giving of their resources to become now the problem solvers and to provide solutions. That is the vision for 2040.
I certainly hope that will be the case for Nashipai, who will be 22, my daughter, and Lemayan, who will be 19, the problem solvers. Will Lucy be still in class, Virginia, or will there be more Lucys?
Possibly Lucy will have penetrated into hundreds and thousands of classrooms across the country. And so as I look into the future, I'm very confident that I will have created a platform for Teacher Lucy to be able to infect, in a good way, the other teachers who are serving our children. But most importantly is it will be a system that is asking this question: where do we prioritize our investment for us to reach the children who deserve it the most? And leveraging evidence for that, decision-making process. And it is in a system that is accountable to its citizens. That's how it's going to be different. That whoever is in charge has a responsibility for something, and they have a way of being held to account to be able to make it happen for the children that are there. So for me, it's evidence that is informing what we are doing. It is about accountability right from the home to the community, into the classrooms, that every child feels cared for, valued, and invited to learning spaces that accommodate them.
Thank you. That's bold and practical. Let's appreciate our panel and the conversation that they've given as they take their seats. Virginia Ngindiru, Benjamin Ondego, Khadija Sharif, and Nelly Machu. We appreciate you, and the conversation will continue as we go on with the evening. There is something symbolic we are getting to right now, Omar, and someone will be coming around your table. Hope you're finished with the reflections. What we were asking you, the three, first of all, what stands out for you for Mizizi Elimu Afrika, the work that they do, and what three things they should prioritize moving forward into realizing a Vision 2040 strategy. So someone will come around to pick those cards. It will inform the building of the ecosystem beyond the project. Omar.
Thank you so much, Mark. A round of applause for the amazing conversation that just took place. We have learned a lot. Of course, the theme for that conversation was stronger foundations, brighter futures, why foundational skills are the equity lever for Africa's future. A round of applause again for that amazing conversation and the amazing panel members that joined that conversation. And then, of course, we want to continue with the program for today. But then a little bit, let's all just do a small exercise. Let's stand. Let's stand kindly. Let's stand. Let's stand. We've been impacted with a lot of knowledge. We've listened to experts. We've listened to people who have actually been there from day one. I know sometimes the knowledge gets inside so much that you want to now take a sleep kidogo so that you can be able to process it better. But let's just stretch a little bit. Let's just stretch. And what we're going to do this in the best way possible, all right? All right? Say best way possible. Let me even put my phone down so that we can do it practically, all right? I want you to put your hands like this. Put your hands like this. And then we go down right and then left, all right? Are you ready? Are you ready? You know, I know that many of us were born in the 1900s, so I understand when we hear cracking, it's okay. It's okay, all right? Let's go down, let's go down, let's go down. All the way down, all the way down. On this side, let's go up, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, and then hands on your cuno. Hands on your cuno. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Oh, yeah. Let's go forward. Try to touch your toes. Try to touch your toes all the way down, all the way down. Awesome. All right, a round of applause for you. A round of applause for you. Amazing. I didn't hear any cracks, so we are all healthy. Thank you. Amazing stuff, all right? And then, of course, we are switching gears and moving on to the next part of the program. And like Mark mentioned, we have a very special part aligned for us. And then, of course, for this part, allow me to go back, of course. Like I mentioned earlier, we are looking at the impact. We're looking at how we have reached this place we are in right now, how we have moved for all those years, who we have moved with. And then, of course, for this part, allow me to welcome and to basically just actually rush to him. Very short. I don't know if you noticed the many shots I said. And this is Wambua who's going to be giving us his reflection. A round of applause, tafadhali, as we welcome him to do the short reflection. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I hope you aren't referring to my height. Dr. Mugo, distinguished guests, and my colleagues, good evening. Yeah, I'll try to be brief, not short. I want to appreciate very much, let me start with Mizizi Afrika, because that's where we started from. And this is especially so because I belong to the Ministry of Education and in a directorate that is very much in the limelight because it is in charge of quality standards in basic education. And that is something that has been a mystery for many people. And as much as they have focused on many things like access to education, we are focused on interventions in ensuring that learners attend school continuously and so forth. A lot of organizations have ignored the aspect of quality, the quality of education being delivered in the classrooms. And that's where I really want to appreciate Dr. Mugo on behalf of the Directorate and the head of Directorate, Evelyn, who I'm representing. We have a special thanks for you because when the Presidential Working Party report recommended a myriad of reforms to the Directorate of Quality Assurance to ensure that there is quality in our learning institutions, the one organization that came quickly to support us in implementing those recommendations was Mizizi Afrika. And especially so, it resonates very well with the second shift that you mentioned, the one on strengthening education systems, because they are assisting us, they're supporting us in coming up with frameworks or reviewing our frameworks, which includes the processes that we are involved in quality, in ensuring quality in institutions, the tools that are used, and so forth. So with that, we are going to really entrench quality within our basic education institutions. And that is why we are very grateful to Mizizi Afrika. And to that extent then, as they shift from Mizizi Afrika to Mizizi Elimu Afrika, which for me actually resonates very much with us. I must confess, Dr. Mugo, the first time I heard of Mizizi Afrika, I was so sure this is a French organization. It took me a while to know that this is actually an African, a Kenyan entity. So this is, to me, is a very good shift. And when I look at the focus, that the key three focus areas, I see us going very far in the partnership that you have mentioned with government and in ensuring that we work together to ensure the learning outcomes that my sister here, Nelly, has been very keen on are actually achieved. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best as you move to this new trajectory that you have picked. I know it is the best trajectory that you may have picked. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, thank you for that quick reflection and remark. And right now, I'd like to, we're just making a bit of an adjustment on the stage just to make way for the next remark and reflection. And this is with the representation from the ministry and representing Professor Ambassador Julius Bitok, the Principal Secretary of Basic Education. He's represented tonight, and as he comes, let's please appreciate him with an applause. Dr. Fred Haga, the Head of Directorate Special Needs Education, as he comes up to stage. Don't tire. Please give him a hand. He's been here since just as we were starting, and he'll be giving us quick remarks, and of course, in representation of the Principal Secretary for Basic Education, Professor Ambassador Julius Bitok. I hope you have finalized as he comes to the stage. I hope you've managed to fill in the cards that we have, and there will be attendants, at least our ushers, to come to each table to collect that. And that is in the effort of building or having a collective voice and together surging or forging the way forward. Yes, so I see the people who are helping us, the team that's helping us just to collect the feedback from you. We appreciate that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe his mic is on and he's ready. Dr. Fred Haga, the Head of Directorate Special Needs Education. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I feel very encouraged this evening that I've earned the title doctor before I actually graduate. So as we celebrate Mizizi Afrika, I'm celebrating my newly acquired title as well. So good evening. And indeed, this is a celebratory evening. And the Principal Secretary, Basic Education, has asked me to come and represent him. While I might have pretended that, sir, your shoes are too big and I can't fit in them. Inwardly, I was very excited because I thought that this is a journey I can identify with and that I would be in the right place. Well, that's what I thought before I sat there. The moment I sat there, I realized that I was actually the least qualified person to be part of the celebrations that we're having this evening, because the reflections that were being made, you could tell these are people who have not just been part of the journey, but actually shaped and undertook the journey to where we are this far. But I didn't let that feeling linger with me for too long, because I realized that the people whose contributions were being acknowledged are people who are well known to me. And congratulations very much, Mizizi Afrika. For instance, Dr. Sarah, whom we've had the pleasure of honoring this evening, you know, she and I were in the same class many, many years ago. It's only that she had a tendency of standing while I was seated. Dr. John Mugo, who also gave a very powerful speech, and I have had the opportunity to serve this country together. Again, it's only that he used to take the seat at the head of the table, while I would sit somewhere down the table. And having realized that these are people whom I've known well, I also realized that actually Mizizi Afrika has this habit of hiring people who are well known to me. The board of Mizizi Afrika, now transiting to Mizizi Elimu Afrika, I believe more than 10 of your employees are people whom I knew in their previous lives. Maybe that says something about me, that I've been around quite a bit, but it might also be saying something about the organization whose achievements we are celebrating this evening. That they actually know how to identify and attract the very best. So I'm happy to join you this evening as you celebrate your journey and as I bring the greetings of the leadership of the Ministry of Education, particularly the Principal Secretary said he would have really wanted to be here and be part of this, but duty called elsewhere. And for that reason, he wasn't able to be here. But he has passed his congratulatory messages and is very excited that even as we reposition and re-strategize, the middle name of the organization is now Elimu. So if somebody had any doubts about what this organization is all about, not anymore. Unless, of course, you are not a Kiswahili speaker. In the speeches given this evening, and I particularly want to zero in on Dr. Mugo's statements, he has said two things that I believe even the Principal Secretary will be happy to hear. That an organization like Mizizi Elimu Afrika learned from government how to plan. Very few civil society organizations usually acknowledge that they learn from government. Today we've heard that indeed Mizizi Elimu Afrika learned how to plan long term from government. In some of the conversations we usually have, indeed you realize the government can plan real long term. Some of the bypasses that we see in Nairobi, we are told, were planned in the 60s and the 70s. But they eventually came to pass. The second thing that I heard was that the government is the richest partner in this conversation. And as a government officer, I just want to remind you that while that fact is really, really correct, you and I have contributed to that wealth, both in our individual and collective capacities. And therefore, the government will always be your partner because your money is there. And so, as a Ministry of Education, when we remember that we have the constitutional responsibility of ensuring that every child in this country gets an education as a fundamental right, we are definitely reminded that the resources disbursed by the exchequer that we use to undertake that mandate is from the Kenyans. And therefore, we have an obligation of doing it right. Luckily, we are not forced to do it by ourselves. We are able to reach out to partners like Mizizi Elimu Afrika, who we can walk with down that journey to make sure that all children in this country indeed get a decent, meaningful education. And that's why the environment that is provided by government in this country is one that will still tolerate and embrace the kind of questions that the different organizations represented here ask. Because we also ask those questions. I would be very ashamed if I'm going to work from 8 to 5 and the children are not learning. Therefore, we definitely have to ask ourselves that question. And we keep on asking ourselves that question. But I'm happy that, like many of you, and this has come out in your remarks, we don't stop just at asking that question. Why are they not learning? And what should we do for them to learn? And it appears that simple questions are sometimes the most difficult ones to respond. So when Dr. Mugo and Mizizi Elimu Afrika challenges the Ministry of Education or government that they will only participate in interventions where government is leading, I don't even have to make reference to the principal secretary before I can answer you on that. I tell you this evening that indeed we are up to that challenge and will provide the leadership, and we'll be happy to invite you to come with us so that whatever gains we will make as a ministry will be gains that don't benefit the Ministry of Education or Mizizi Elimu Afrika, but gains that benefit that child who will have accessed a quality foundational learning. So this evening, it may be about reflecting how far we have come as an organization. But cleverly positioned, it also gives us the opportunity to look ahead and dream. And as I was seated there are several very powerful words that kept on coming across. Yes, dreaming is one of them. Courage, boldness, vision, faith, commitment. And the more I look at this, the more I am confident, and that was one of the other words, that together we definitely can address the issue of foundational learning in this country. Not just the numeracy or the literacy, but also the socio-emotional learning, such that our children are going to learn and learn well and enjoy learning. the budget that the ministry has is definitely quite substantial. However, for us to realize the specific targets that we intend to, we definitely have to work together. And Mizizi Afrika then is one of those organizations that has stood with the ministry and its agencies in making sure that we achieve what we intend to achieve. I know my colleague and friend, Mr. Ombua, has talked about how Mizizi Afrika has worked with the Directorate of Quality Assurance. That applies to many other programs and agencies. I'm happy to hear Nelly was here at the panel. I know earlier today we were in a meeting where we were discussing the product of a process that was supported by Mizizi Afrika. The issue of value-based education. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this country is your country. And this country also happens to be my country. You and I, whichever route you passed, you are here because you got the chance to get that education. And now that we are here and we have the responsibilities that we have, and we know what we know, it will be unforgivable if you and I don't make a contribution, either at our individual levels or collectively, to ensure that our learners are learning in Kenya. Only then can we be able to build a country that is cohesive, that is productive, and that is able to address the different challenges of our times, of the 21st century. So, the fact that the organization is planning for 15 years, the fact that we are already celebrating major achievements while the organization is just about 8 or so years old, tells me that indeed we will be having a lot to celebrate by the time we are probably even halfway, the 15 years. And like I already said, the Ministry of Education will be there to provide that leadership. And we invite you, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, and the other organizations represented here. And I know my colleague, Dr. Ndegwa, was here. I don't know whether he's still here. Yes. Please just stand and wave to the audience, please. Yes.
Let's give him a hand.
Yes. That gentleman, his docket specifically manages partnerships. And he will tell you that his desk is overflowing with applications. People want to do this and that. However, as a ministry, we look at the intention and the impact whatever intervention that is being proposed will make. Because not all those who come seeking these partnerships are genuine and are going to have an impact. And as was said, there are those who are so short-term that by the time whatever it is they're implementing is over, there is no change on litmus paper at all. But then, those who are more long-sighted, far-sighted, like the strategy we are seeing this evening, are organizations that are easier to work with because you can do a round table and actually plan based on the plan of the ministry and see how you can work together. And that is something that the ministry really appreciates. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm I'll be reporting to the principal secretary and telling him of how the evening, the celebratory evening, also positioned itself to look into the future, and that we can sit and plan with the organization for the next 15 years. And again, that's something that will really excite him. Thank you so much. I really feel honored that I've been part of this, because indeed I have been part of many of the programs that Mizizi Afrika had, and I believe that we will still work together in different ways. As the head of the Directorate of Special Needs Education, my only appeal is that whatever we are doing, let us do it for the whole entire population of children. Because it happens that there is a population of children who sometimes are bypassed by some of the very good interventions that we implement. Let us do very inclusive programming so that no particular population is disadvantaged. For instance, we have the population of children undergoing the stage-based curriculum. And sometimes when we program, when we plan, our plans might just bypass them because their needs happen to be a little bit different from the majority. Let us remember them. Thank you so much, and it was really nice being part of this celebration.
A round of applause for Dr. Fred Haga, Director, Directorate of Special Needs Education, and of course, the representative for Principal Secretary, Basic Education, Ambassador Julius Bitok, Professor Ambassador Julius Bitok. Another round of applause for Dr. Fred Haga. We really do appreciate, and he has actually mentioned something very important, that at the end of the day, we are working as a collective. We are working together to be able to push the vision of Mizizi Elimu Afrika forward. And then, of course, he actually reminded me something in chemistry, litmus paper. Now, you see, I didn't even remember the litmus. I remember the beating I got for litmus paper. It was really, really brutal. But of course, we are still moving forward. And of course, the vision is bright. Allow me to just to switch gears a little bit and move to now another part of the program. And this is now where we are saying, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Because ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the part where we are unveiling the new identity of Mizizi Afrika. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. A round of applause for that, tafadhali. A round of applause for that. And for this part, as we move on to this part, I really want to hear those oohs and the oohs, as you're making your round of applause, all right? Let's just do a small practice.
Yeah, let's exercise that, because that sounded like we are under attack.
Let's go.
Yeah,
In 3, 2, 1,
ululations is more like
go!
Ululations is more like it. Yours sounded a bit like we are under attack. But Twendenalo.
But then, of course, at this moment, allow me to, and he's even on stage, Dr. John Mugo, who's going to be talking about the reflection and the evolution of the organization. And then, of course, he'll get to invite and introduce the advisory panel members. And then, of course, after this, we're going to be having the brand reveal video. So the live stream team, please get ready with that. Karibu sana, Dr. John Mugo.
Thank you so much. I need to tell you, MC, that we are hungry. How do we ululate when we are so hungry? But it's just a few minutes now, and then we'll be serving dinner, a very special dinner. So it will be worth the waiting. But Haga can't just speak like that, and then, I don't thank him. Because he was sent by the PS, and please take our gratitude to the PS, Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok. Hagar and I served in the board of KISE, where we are. And the center where we are is an amazing assessment center for children with special needs. If it's your first time to be here, please come back and take a tour to see the facility that Kenya has. And so the person who was actually the site manager when this hall was being constructed is the very person that led Hagar down, Dr. Lydia Chege. Let's appreciate her. And this hall is called the Elkanah Lagat Hall. We named it in honor of the director of that time, Elkanah Lagat, an amazing person who really committed to transforming this institution. So when we are here, we are contributing to a cause. And I am a marketer for this facility. Please be bringing more meetings here, because when you bring meetings here, we are able to assess and rehabilitate more children and adults who have special needs and disabilities. Allow me to appreciate the Director General of Education, Dr. Elias Abdi. He called me that he couldn't make it, but sent Director Dr. Robert Ndegwa to represent him. So Director is here in his capacity as the representative of the Director General. Allow me to recognize that Dr. David Jengere, NEC, called me yesterday, and he sent Dr. Andrew Otieno. Professor Ongondo, the CEO of the Curriculum Institute, called me also to pass his apology. There was another big meeting happening, and that's why he sent Michael Moriuki, who is here representing the director. Dr. Purity Ngena, the CEO of the National Gender Commission, also called me. She's away, but sent the director of programs, Paul Kuria, who is here with us. And another table that is at the back there, Salome and other people. We appreciate, of course, our partners, Emmanuel, Dr. Joyce Malombe and others, Kathleen Patilo, Eve Hatsha, Stephen Couchman, who are online. But the person I think that came from farthest must have come from Brazil, Ana Penido. We appreciate you. She's here to support us in learning from Brazil about movement building. And so our partnership has actually crossed now the Atlantic. It's a South-South collaboration. Thank you so much, Anna, for coming. But we also have universities here. We have University of Embu. We have Kisii University. We have Kenyatta University, my alma mater. And so we really appreciate you. But now, the brand reveal. So what you are seeing now is a tree that has 3 roots. I'm sure you can interpret the 3 roots, the 3 foundations. You remember them? Then there are also 3 stems. And then if you count the leaves, the number of books and the leaves, you will arrive at an even number. Now we are talking about foundational numeracy. And that even number is 10. And the reason for 10 is because if you look at our pathways and our strategies, they are 5. And so it's 10. And so that tree symbolizes the strength that we are getting to move forward with this ambition. But it also symbolizes something new. That color you see is a little an excitement. When the people that are doing athletics or are doing motor rallies talk about legs, like we had our safari rally. You do one leg and then catch some breath, get excitement, do the second one, rest, do the third one. And so this posing and having a little bit of color, a little bit of something is to excite us and to give us strength, all of us, in our movement forward. So you will be seeing a QR code that you can scan and get all these details of what all this means, even the colors, and we welcome you. But there's a very exciting video. This one I think is my best. I want to excite you. It's such a nice video that was done by creative minds, Gen Zs. They sat together and they interpreted this into just a 2-minute video that is really refreshing. So sit back and enjoy.
For years, Mizizi Afrika Foundation worked alongside educators, communities, and governments to strengthen learning across Africa.
Wait.
But as our work grew,
we need to see it. Last time we had a problem with sound, now it's there. Things fail you when you should not be failed.
For years, Mizizi Afrika Foundation worked alongside educators, communities, and governments to strengthen learning across Africa. But as our work grew, our name did not always tell our story clearly. So we asked ourselves a simple question. What name truly reflects who we are becoming and the future we are working toward? This brought us back to a simple truth. Lasting change begins with strong foundations. Across Africa, too many children still struggle, not because they lack potential, but because the foundations of learning are fragile. That is why our work focuses on 3 essential roots: literacy, numeracy, life skills and values. When learning is built on strong foundations, children thrive and societies grow. So, we work within public education systems alongside governments, educators, researchers, communities, and partners. Because we believe real change is not delivered to people, it is built with them. Together, we expand opportunities for millions of children. And as this work has grown, so too has the organization behind it. Today, a new chapter begins. Mizizi Afrika Foundation becomes Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Our new name reflects what we believe. When education systems work, every child can read with understanding, reason with numbers, relate with dignity, and imagine a future that feels possible. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Stronger foundations, brighter futures. Every child learning and thriving.
Put your hands together for Florence Wanja, the regional head, East Africa, Business and Commercial Banking, Stanbic Bank. Tafadhali tumshukuru akija stage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Florence Wanja, Regional Head, East Africa, Business and Commercial Banking, Stanbic. I'm joined here this evening by a team from Stanbic. I'll probably just request them to stand.
Makofi kwao tafadhali.
So as a bank, we focus on education as a sector, which basically is what brings us here. So good evening, distinguished guests, partners, friends, board of directors, Dr. Mugo, Dr. Fred Haga, Dr. Sarah Ruto, and all the dignitaries here. It's good to see everyone here. I think just going by the speaker who spoke just before me, Dr. Fred Haga, I can also pride myself in having friends here. I see a director, Dr. Okay, I think we are now, you're on the way. Okay. Mike Nzule, he's also committed, he's going to get a doctorate. That's an old classmate. Dr. Kahaki here as well, a good friend. Dr. Mugo as well, who I met, and a couple of, a year or so back, and I was really intrigued by the passion he has for education. And I guess when this invitation came to Dr. Oigara, who I am standing in for, it was a no-brainer. We had to come. I think just going back to your vision, the 15-year vision, I would say Dr. Joshua Oigara, our regional CE, when he joined the bank about 3 years ago, one of the things he asked is, what is our 10-year strategy? As a bank, we've always planned for 3 years. 3 years, after 3 years, you plan for another 3 years. And he came in and asked, what is your plan 10 years from now? And I think planning long-term is so critical, because that's how you build legacy. When you think long-term is when you start to really think about things that will impact people beyond the people sitting in these particular seats today. So it's an honor today to join the Mizizi team to basically launch Mizizi Elimu Afrika Vision 2040 Strategic Blueprint, and to celebrate the unveiling of the Power Foundation learning across the continent. I think most of us here, as most of the speakers have said, we've been beneficiaries of education. Be it 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we were Nuru, the young boy or girl that we saw there. I also stand here as a child of a teacher. So I have also basically had the benefit of also having been brought up by a teacher and being able to see the impact that teachers make to the learners, and also just appreciating that at the end of the day, it's all about partnerships. So we basically are here in Kenya, but I think this story, and I think one of the panelists here did speak about the importance of education and some of the impact that we need to make across sub-Saharan Africa. We have seen the data. Today, 90% of children in sub-Saharan Africa are unable to read and understand simple text by age 10 years. And that's really what the statistics are telling us. I guess Kenya, we've been privileged. We are obviously performing a lot better than peers, but we still face numerous disparities, especially in the underserved communities, where literacy and numeracy gaps are widened due to socioeconomic and geographical factors. And this is why the work that the team here from Mizizi Elimu Afrika is so important. And the focus around foundational skills, that's literacy, numeracy, life skills, and values, are so essential. I think for me, the most exciting piece is to also just see the focus around life skills and values. And when we look at life skills, there are some of the things that are also important to the young learners. And these include financial literacy, which again we are seeing today as bankers, where adults are getting into a point where they start earning income, but they actually don't have financial literacy. And it's a gap we are trying to close, but to the extent that some of these initiatives can also be done at a foundational level, you'd find that would have a lot more impact. Digital skills as well. Again, in today's world, we cannot ignore digital skills. And these are some of the areas where, as a bank, we've continued to see how we partner with different partners to be able to bring these skills together.
I think for me, as I said, the most exciting piece is when we start talking about life skills and values. And one of the things I always reflect on is the power of a teacher. We've all had the benefit of being parents, whether directly or indirectly. And we know what a teacher says to a child, especially a young learner, and the focus that you're looking at of the ages of 4 to 12, is the gospel truth. We've experienced situations where you'll come and pronounce a word in your house, and your child will actually say, no, 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 no. Teacher said. Teacher said. Whether what the teacher said was right or not, it is the gospel truth. So focusing on this age actually can have so much impact on future generations. And one of the things that really moves me, and I always wonder, how do we close this gap? And we saw it last week on Friday. The havoc that was caused by the rains. A lot of it is just environment. How we are taking care of our environment or not taking care of our environment. And when I reflect on some of the things I do today I cannot litter. If I unwrap a sweet, I put that paper in my bag until the point where I'll get a dustbin. Why? When I was 12 years old and I joined high school, that was the first thing we were told. Ladies don't run around, and ladies don't litter. If you have used something, look for the next dustbin. So when we look at Nairobi River, and we saw images last week, and we see the level of garbage that actually has blocked the entire drainage system in this city, you can imagine the impact we can have if that child at the age of 4 is told, you cannot litter, you should not litter. And that child will go and tell the parent, you cannot throw this rubbish by the road or outside your house. So I think there's a lot of impact that we can make as different stakeholders, and more importantly, as teachers and those in the learning institutions, especially at that foundation age, because that never leaves a child. As a private sector, obviously we carry huge responsibility to strengthen the systems that ultimately shape the workforce of tomorrow. And I think coming here as Stanbic and representing Stanbic, and I did say that we have a focus on education. We don't look at education as charity, but we look at this as an investment in Africa's human capital, in our future innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. When economies across sub-Saharan Africa lose billions each year due to low human capital productivity, the case for investments even become stronger. Every dollar invested in foundational learning yields returns in improved employability, increased earnings, stronger institutions, and healthier societies. Our commitment as Stanbic and as part of the wider private sector ecosystem is to collaborate with organizations like Mizizi Elimu Afrika to ensure that young people not only access learning, but thrive through it. One message I think that resonates in the Vision 2040 that has just been unveiled is a call for cross-sectoral collaboration. Sustainable educational transformation is only possible when financial institutions like ourselves enable access to finance to institutions of learning. We've seen there's a lot of need to expand these institutions of learning, and as banks, we play a big role in being able to provide that capital. We also have a huge responsibility to create opportunities, and here I look at it, as a bank, we employ about 1,200 employees, and you can look at the multiplier effect of that, the families that basically are supported by those who are employed by different institutions, but more importantly, and the role that I play in the bank is supporting businesses and entrepreneurs. So all these learners that are being built, and the workforce that will come in, not all of them will be absorbed in the job market. And as financial institutions, we need to be able to support these individuals who cannot be absorbed in the workforce to be able to build businesses that can actually continue to drive the growth of our economies. This, again, the transformation we're seeing will also come in with collaboration with government, and I think we've seen Mizizi really emphasize on the fact that they will follow government. And I think for government, it's really creating the policies that will enable Mizizi and other private sectors players to come in and support the sector. And of course, civil society to drive accountability, and communities as well who have to embrace learning. If that parent doesn't take a child to school, it will all be in vain. So it's really important how we all partner and how we bring all the different stakeholders together so that we can continue to see a bigger impact. As Stanbic, we play a direct role through partnerships in various areas. And I did mention one of the big areas where we see huge opportunities is in basically driving digital literacy. And in this, we have a platform, and I'm speaking here to, I did hear we have a number of universities represented here. We have a platform that allows anybody to access digital skills for free. If you go to Stanbic Foundation, look out for Future Need Digital, and you'll be able to acquire digital skills for free. And we've recently also added modules as well that basically can equip you with the right skills, especially around artificial intelligence, which is becoming quite important today. I mentioned around the focus around how we support in building the school infrastructure. I think when we saw the new curriculum being rolled out, many institutions needed to add classrooms. And again, that's a role that we do. And then, of course, supporting teachers. And I loved the story we had around Teacher Lucy. If Teacher Lucy is not well in class, she can only do as much as she wants to. And some of the areas we play, especially as a bank, is just also seeing how that teacher can also build their own, well-being and their own financial growth. So being able to support them to be able to build a home, to be able to invest in a small business, to be able to supplement their income is so important. And these are areas that we've continued to play in terms of just supporting teachers and giving them access to credit so that they're also able to develop. But also, in line with the theme around the ecosystem is wide. And when you look at the people who are playing in that education system, and for us to be able to get Nuru in class, there's a uniform supplier. That child will not go to school without uniform. And the other day, we rolled out a small fund where we were financing, we were giving interest-free loans to small entrepreneurs. And we visited a few of the beneficiaries, and we met two uniform tailors, if I may call them that. And these ladies told us how much that small fund, and it was a small amount, 10,000 shillings, and the impact it was having, because from getting 2,000 shillings, they would go and buy just very few meters of fabric. But being able to access 10,000, they were able to actually get more fabric to be able to make that uniform at a lower cost so that the children that basically need uniform can be able to go to school with, cheap, with uniform that is actually affordable. So there are many areas that I see the private sector playing in to be able to support. And again, these schools require laptops, they require, labs, and all these areas are areas where bringing in the right partners will be able to support in that. So as Stanbic, we continue to invest in programs that support youth employment, entrepreneurship, and skills development. This aligns closely with the goals of Vision 2040 that we've just seen, which seeks to ensure that every child in Africa develops the foundation they need to learn, relate, and thrive. Now, looking at the dream of 2040, and again, going by data, by 2050, Africa will host the largest workforce. In 2050, we're estimating 2.5 billion people on the continent. Of this, about 1.5 billion will be the age of 15 to 64, which creates the largest workforce we'll have on the continent. So being able to provide these foundational skills today will really shift the demographics for the continent and provide a very powerful economic advantage for us as a continent. I guess in closing, as we unveil this new chapter for Mizizi Elimu Afrika, let us reaffirm our shared responsibility to ensure that every child here in Kenya and across the continent has the opportunity not just to learn, but to thrive. And Stanbic, we will continue to work with you in this journey and to champion partnerships and to invest in systems that will shape Africa's next generation. Thank you and congratulations to Mizizi Elimu Afrika on this visionary milestone. Really appreciate it.
Asante sana Florence Wanja, the regional head East Africa for business and commercial banking at Stanbic Bank. So you'll stand there right next to that particular model that we have here. You'll stand by there and I'll call on and Dr. John Mugo, you will guide Bonafred to the other side. He said he's not Dr. Fred Lakini. Speak of that which is not as if it was, sir. It's coming your way. Vision, not Vision 2040, but a Vision perhaps 2030. The doctorate will be yours, so you'll be guided by Dr. Mugo, and I'll call on the board, led by Dr. Taki as well as the board members, to please come and stand here on this side, because on one side, we have Bonafred Aga with Dr. Mugo and Florence on this side. We will count them down, and we'll have the guidance of the band with us as we build to a crescendo. And dinner is ready to serve, don't you worry, that's what we're getting at. So all the board, I'm just giving a moment for the board members to please line up here so that we can be able to have you all in the picture. So the photographers, those behind the camera, can tell us whether they are in good standing in terms of getting a good shot.
Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, oh Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Hola, 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 Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, oh Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, oh Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Hola, 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 Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu
Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Watoto na wasome, watoto waende shule. Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Hiyo koi kata, kata hiyo keki kata, kata keki kata, keki kata keki kata, kata keki kata, kata. Wali makofi makofi. Wala 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 wapi shangwe na vigele. Kila mtu atapata keki, 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 kila mtu atapata keki. MC atapata keki, ma MC watapata keki, ma MC watapata keki, ma MC watapata keki. Wanawake watapata keki, wanawake watapata keki, wanawake watapata keki, wanawake watapata keki. Haya, wanaume watapata keki, wanaume watapata keki, wanaume watapata keki, wanaume watapata keki. Ije kunayo chakula, 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 hiyo inawangojea. Ije tunayo chakula, ije tunayo chakula, chakula inawangojea, 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 chakula inawangojea. Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele. Hola, 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 hola,
Now it's time to serve dinner. We're serving dinner. Frizo Voices, led by Helen Toan, who will be continuing as we serve dinner. So you can access the serving point using this door or this door. It's on this side, just outside. Dinner is being served, and we encourage you to go and get some dinner served. And of course, we'll have those who are being served from this front side to have the service continue. So now you can feel free to go and have dinner serving. The team has been waiting. You can access the serving point through either door here. It's right at the back. The setup you will see is there, and the ushering team can be on standby to help us. They've already given you some take-home cake, pre-packaged take-home cake that you should enjoy. But before that, dinner is being served. We encourage you to go and serve. The serving point is right behind, outside this hall, right behind. You can access it using this door or that door. For now, as you digest, the Frizo Voices will continue to entertain you as we continue
Studio. House. Thank you. Wanambe in the shepherd. Wanambe mayaye. Wanambe mayaye. Wanambe in the shepherd. Wanambe ni wawina. Wanambe ni baba. Wanambe in the shepherd. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe ni yayeko. Wanambe in the shepherd. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe alalele. Wanambe in the shepherd. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe yako. Wanambe in the shepherd. Oh, wana you know ni wawina. Wanambe wapapa. Wanambe in the shepherd. Wanambe mayaye. Wanambe mayayeko. Wanambe in the shepherd. Sibala, wanambe museko. Wanambe sibala, wanambe museko. Wanambe ni bayaye, wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wanambe ni bayaye, wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wewe na babura. Wanambe sibala, wanambe. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe tumepata. Wanambe museko. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe tumepata. Wanambe museko. Watoto wasome na waandike. Wanambe waandike. Wanambe museko. Watoto wasome na waandike. Wanambe waelewe. Wanambe museko. Wanambe goya ye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wanambe bakulima ko. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wanambe babura. Sibala. Wanambe museko. Wana you know ni wawina. Wapapa. Wabijenge nekane makata. Abetakata. Abetakata. Wanambe bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wanambe bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe tumepata. Wanambe museko. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe tumepata. Museko. Wana unoni wabina. Wanambe shilala. Wanambe museko. Wanambe bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Wana unoni wabina. Wanambe bayawina. Wanambe museko. Aya Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Wanambe tumepata. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe museko. Oh wanambe. Oh wanambe ni 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 museko. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe ni museko. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe ni museko. Wana you know ni wawina. Wanambe wapapa. Wanambe ni museko. Wanambe kuneka kabura. Wanambe sibala. Wanambe ni museko. Wana you know ni wawina. Wapapa. Wanambe ni museko. Songa fao si bright future. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe ni museko. Songa foundation bright future. Wanambe yeyele. Wanambe ni museko. Mabega 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 ye. Wanambe Vision 2020. Wanambe ni museko. Vision 2040. Wanambe tumefika. Wanambe ni museko. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe ni museko. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye. Wanambe ni museko. Wanambe ni bayaye. Wanambe bayaye ko. Wanambe ni museko.
Naepaki suka seko tinyama ngai namo bali nanga pantalo moka mabamba balana nasukisa bilo belando ya bato ikola ya ngai na sheri sukanili ya uma Ebaki suka seko tinga umae Yangai na mobali na ngai Kontalo kabukoma Balanda Tosukisa milomela
papa. Ati. Mizizi Elimu Afrika. Ati nini? Melvin kwenye group. Allah. Hey. Wanasema nini hapo nje? Muziki mtamu, muziki mtamu. Songa pole pole na Mizizi. Le premier teremde. Atineni. Pale nyuma nione desi. Desi, desi, desi.
Nakumbuka nilikotoka ni mbali sana. Elimu Kenya inaimarisha watoto.
Leta pesa. Atineni. Nisharuka piga muziki tena. Piga tena basi. Toka tena.
Mizizi Elimu Afrika tumeelimika sana.
Mizizi Afrika.
Tutaenda kuelimisha wengine wetu.
Ati. Wapi maboko, maboko, maboko. Bololo, bololo, bololo. Weka, 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 weka. Dale, 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 dale. Anaitwa Papa Osea, Papa Kaka, Kalbopo de Solo. Muziki mutamu ya Esther. Muziki mutamu wa shule. Sikusiki. Desi muziki mzuri. Atinini. Songa nayo. Atinini. Alafu unamzungumuluka. Excellent. Stop leadership. Atinini. Nani huyo? Atinini. Wale pale wadesi pale. Hapo hapa na chakula. Kujeni kuna dance floor. Nafasi yote moyoni nimeshaipa kwa Yesu, ni namba moja, 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 moja. Nafasi yote moyoni nimeshaipa kwa Yesu, ni namba moja, moja, moja. Nimeshatembea, nimeshazunguka kila bahari, nikipita kila kona, nimejaribu kutafuta nikatangatanga magharibi, mashariki, ili mradi nitafute, nikamanga na kusini, kaskazini, ila sijampata. Wimbo nafasi yote moyoni, wimbo shaipa kwa Yesu, ni namba moja, moja, moja. Nafasi yote moyoni nimeipa kwa Yesu, ni namba moja, moja, moja. Nafasi yote moyoni nimeipa kwa Yesu, ni namba moja, 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 moja. Nafasi kwa Yesu ni namba moja, moja, moja. Twende. Tulipendana kama nyama choma, alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma, miaka mitano kule Japani, kusomea udaktari. Wapi kelele? Twende to. Let's go. Nilikuwa na mchumba, tulipendana kama nyama choma, kamili ya Stella kurudi Kenya.
Alirudi kweli.
Nilikuwa na mjomba Laban uwanja wa ndege. Nilikuwa na Helen Mutawali uwanja wa ndege.
Nilikuwa na dada
uwanja wa ndege. Nilikuwa na guest of honor uwanja wa ndege. Kabla ya ndege kutua Kenyatta tuliona.
Nilitamani nilie Kijaluo, lakini sikijui. Nilitamani nilie Kitaita, ananipa moyo. Nilitamani nilie Kikamba, nonekana sarulika kwao.
Kabla ya ndege kutua Kenyatta tuliona vituko. Stella alishuka mbebeba mtoto mgongoni, nyuma yake futi tatu Ujapani. Nilitamani nilie Kihindi, lakini sikijui. Nilitamani nilie Kitaita, lakini sikijui. Ilinibidi nilie Kijaluo, anatiwa koacho. Mimi uoga woga nilie Kikamba, endo kwenye karaka sabuni.
Sauti hatusikiki. Hatusikiki.
Afrizo voice.
Hatusikiki.
Haya. Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe?
ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Ayo, le 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 mama. Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Bwana, wataka kuniua bure Bwana. Wewe una wako nyumbani na mimi na wangu nyumbani. Hey! Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Hey, chuki se, chuki ya nini kati yangu? Hey! Oh, nasema sina makosa wewe Bwana. Hey! Oh, nasema sina makosa wewe Bwana. Hey! Asai! Oh, nasema sina makosa wewe Bwana. Oh, nasema sina makosa wewe Bwana. Wacha, ukiona mtu amevaa kala na jaribu kufananisha na kala, kala inakata, ni sababu ya nini we? Hasira. Ni sababu ya nini ndugu zangu we? Hasira. Amekasirika lazima fanane na kala sahaba. Inabidi anajaribu kumachisha lakini hakuna wewe. Hiyo ni sababu ya nini? Hasira. Sababu ya hasira. Hasira. Ukiona mtu amesimama karibu na keki, keki na imeisha lakini bado iko, amesimama kwa ajili ya nini? Hasira. Sababu ya nini? Ukiona mtu ameconcentrate anakula vizuri, anaangalia chakula na miwani ni kama zinapotea, hiyo ni sababu ya nini? Hasira. Hiyo ni sababu ya nini? Hasira. Ukiona mtu amefunga kitambaa, amefunga kitambaa na ni gesto mbona wewe, amekuja kuongea na nini kwa sababu ya nini? Hasira. Amekasirika watoto wasome sababu ya nini? Hasira. Ukiona mtu amekala ya red, Valentine ilikuja lakini bado yuko, hii ni sababu ya nini wewe? Hasira. Amekasirika watu lazima wasome. Hasira. Ukiona mtu amefunga kitambaa ya blue, amefunga kitambaa na yuko ndani na kwa simu, hiyo ni sababu ya nini wewe? Hasira. Amekasirika watoto lazima wasome. Hasira. Ukiona mzungu amekuja kwa fashion yenu, ukimwona amevaa black lazima kuje hapa, hiyo ni sababu ya nini wewe? Hasira. Inabidi tumwambie ni sababu ya nini wewe? Hasira. Tunaingia hivi. Baba, naomba nitembee nawe milele. 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 Siwezi peke yangu, naomba nitembee nawe milele. Baba, naomba nitembee nawe milele. Ukiona mtu amejificha nyuma ya matenti, alikuwa mzina anasikia kuruka ili hadi hasira. Ni sababu ya nini?
and get ready to get back on stage. We'd just like to have a moment of saying thank you. I know some of us have left, some of us would like to leave in the next few. So while we have your attention, just quick thank you first to you. But Margaret, let's put our hands together for Margaret now that we have had dinner. You're energetic. Margaret, karibu hapa katikati. Katikati si lazima ikuwe nyuma ya keki, lakini hapa mahali watu wanakuona. Safi. Safi.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me? At least now we've eaten. I wanted to come on here and on behalf of Mizizi Elimu Afrika, express a heartfelt thank you to all of you for making it today and witnessing this very special moment for us as we unveiled our new brand, became Mizizi Elimu Afrika, but also unveiled a very ambitious 15-year strategy that we'll be implementing together. So I see our chief guest is leaving, but thank you so much for coming and thank you so much for that wonderful speech. We appreciate the support. All the government partners that were here, all the funders, all our collaborators, all our friends, and all the staff that were looking absolutely amazing today. Thank you so much. Trying to cut it down a little bit. I think to the Mizizi team in the room, Mizizi team hoye. Mizizi team hoye. Great. Most importantly, just to say thank you so much for being part of this journey today. We have turned a page from Zizi to Mizizi, and from the present moment towards a bigger vision, Vision 2040. And as the name Mizizi reminds us, meaningful change grows from strong roots. So as I conclude, you have been extremely patient. We were extremely ambitious. I think this was a whole full day kind of occasion, but I think it went well, and we appreciate everyone who shared a message of encouragement, a reflection, standing with us as we begin this very long journey towards a Vision 2040 where every child gets an opportunity to read, to learn and thrive. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Margaret, for your leadership as well, the support. And I'd also like to say thank you for those who reconnected, Dr. Sarah not being the least of them, and many others who we've said hi from over the years. We appreciate the opportunity to be part of this milestone as we surge forward for the next 15 years of course, Mizizi Elimu Afrika. My name is Mark Masai. It was a great pleasure to be serving as your master of ceremony and moderator alongside the youthful, energetic Omar. Wambie kwaheri.
Thank you so much, ninashukuru sana pia mimi, and I'm hoping when we meet, as we look at this strategy in 2040, pia mimi nitakuwa nimemea ndevu kama wewe Mark, kwa sababu
kaka, kabla tuzungumzie ndevu, Kubwa amekuja na bahasha. Hebu tuache ongee kwanza. Amekuja na bahasha, labda ni ya kwenda nyumbani. That's why it's good to stay back for the vote of thanks. Kubwa amekuja na bahasha. Hebu tueleze, it's about what?
Thank you sana Gen Z, and thank you Mark. Let's appreciate them. They have done a good job. And what a combination of people that are separated by kids. One was almost retiring when the other one was being born. But I think this is how we see the future, that we have a lot of hope in our younger generation. I want to appreciate the team that worked so hard to put this together. I was just seeing emails passing and messages and documents and concepts and drafts. So if you are in the committee that was planning, please come onto the stage.
Kamati tafadhali kujeni hapa mbele, we want to appreciate you. Kubwa kona bahasha kwa mkono. I think it's in your interest to come to stage.
Kabla bahasha iende, tuwe tushafika.
If you are in the planning committee, please come. Lydia, who else? Walter, Collins, are they up there? Sheila. Oh, Collins is here. Lugendo. Walter.
Walter?
So chairperson, please come and help me appreciate. Chairperson, Dr. Kahaki, please come. So that you help me to appreciate.
Walter Joe, Baba Africa. Wapi kijiti? Ulikuwa umebeba kijiti.
Ogade Walter.
Saptio, Lucy. So we want to appreciate this thing. I know it was impossible even to the taste of food here because they are serving, they are running around. So you will sit somewhere. From tomorrow, it's open so that you may enjoy some food. It's our way of appreciating you. Chairperson, please, you can distribute.
Bahasha, tuwapigie makofi, wanapata bahasha kila mmoja. Yes, thank you, Aidera, for that, for not being envious, but for being collaborative in partnership. Kwa kuwashukuru.
So we did not hire a firm to plan for the launch or to do anything. It was all done in our office. Led by the chairperson, Margaret Wawera. Margaret is the leader of the vision, construction, and everything, and she has delivered with a very powerful team across the generations. I'm seeing our youngest member of staff, Faith Makori, is there. Was the secretary to the committee. Wow, how nice.
Omar, inaonekana tulikuwa hesabu. Hebu karibia kaka, usikae mbali. Chair tuko hapa, chair. Madam Chair tuko hapa.
Chair manze.
Chair ni mkali sana.
Chairperson, hao wanaitwa brokers. Vision brokers. They have brokered and delivered this. So thank you so much. Find a friend if you don't have a close one to go to this place and enjoy a meal. And ensure you go hungry so that you eat enough. Thank you so much.
Tuwape makofi tafadhali. We appreciate you.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause.
Helen, there are people complaining that we have not even danced and we are about to leave. Hey, come. We have not even danced. Can we just have one song and just dance? We just dance.
Oh.
One time, two times, two times, three times, zongoka, 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 zunguka zunguka. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele ya bode? Komiti, 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 komiti. Wabariki hao, wabariki, wabariki hao, wabariki, wabariki hao, wabariki, wabariki hao, wabariki, wabariki hao, wabariki hao, wabariki.
Ezela kote? Yeah. Twanga selfie? Ekotike.
Ekotike. Ekotike. Ekotike. Wapi vigelegele na shangwe? Aya, ngoja. This is the time that a few of you will come and show us a dance.
Yes,
we are starting with the madam. Madam, hey. Madam. Hey. Madam. Katike, madam. Katike. Aya, from madam utachagua mtu akuje hapo katikati. Sasa chagua mtu hapo ulete katikati. Madam. Oh, sorry. Oyo. Aya, kiongozi. Hiyo ni ya kuendesha gari. You have to choose somebody else. Chagua mwingine.
Wewe.
Chagua mtu. Chagua mwingine ulete hapo katikati. Chagua mwingine ulete katikati. Madam, fika katikati. Teremuka. Akuka nayo. Wapi makofi yake? Mr. Wapi mwingine anakuja mwingine? Anachagua mwingine. Huyo mwingine amechaguliwa. Amechaguliwa kweli.
Haya. Very nice. Twende. Haya, mikono namna hii. Twende. Weka. Haya, to the side. Waja tufundishe wazee kuanguka nayo. Unaweka miguu ya left namna hii, stamina. Sema stamina. Sema stamina. Sema stamina. Unashuka kidogo na kiburi. Sawa. Mikono yako ya right inakuja mbele hivi. Wakati inasukuma mbele hivi, mikono ya left inatoroka nyuma hivi. Sawa. Sasa unakuja. Uko tayari? Hapana. Hiyo ni wangu.
remix. Twende. Anguka nayo. Rudi. Twende. 1, 2. Rusha miguu. Twende. Rusha miguu. Twende. Rusha miguu. Haya, twende. Miguu. Kila mtu. Ezala kote. Tonga selfie. Ekotike. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Ekipinda nkoe anataka we. Ekipinda nkoe. Inabidi we. Asante sana. Thank you.